Everybody, welcome back to the community stream as we're digging straight from Europe right into North America. We've got a number of matches that are going to be going on before the mainstream actually goes live with our regularly scheduled broadcasts, simply because there were so many makeups that have to happen. And this one, a pretty big one. EastR will be squaring off against the New York Subliners Academy. And while NYSL did suffer their first loss yesterday proper, but that said, EastR have also come through a number of trials in this group stage so far as well.
Yeah, they really have. And EastR coming off of that win versus Triumph yesterday, you would hope that that's going to be able to show some recognition to the team, especially with Sib now coming in with Fellow, of course, playing with Dallas Empire. That was probably one of the biggest question marks with that trade coming all the way through. How comfortable is Sib going to be in the role? We know they can slay. We've been able to see what they can do on a multitude of roles through a multitude of titles, but how are you really going to fare when you're coming through in the likes and you're sharing that duo with Gravity, who we also know is a very great AR? But it really comes down to that synergy. When you're looking at teams like Subliners Academy, just in this firm example right here, that have played with each other quite comfortably for a couple months now, you would assume that that is something that they have to be a little weary of going into this matchup.
Yeah, you would have to think so in some form because, I think the losses that EastR suffered yesterday, the big one versus UT Crew, the other loss that they have versus TMNT, hit a little bit hard because in both of those series, they did not win a single search and destroy, nor a single control. So that is where I largely look to see where exactly will this team start to make up some ground. It has to be in those two game modes specifically. Yes, you can largely rely on your individual skill to hopefully get you past some of those lower teams in the group stage standings currently in hardpoint. But now as you start to play up against some of the top dogs that are out there, this one versus New York Subliners Academy, of course, they still have to play up against LAG Academy as well, I believe. That means that you've got to come out and really do well across every single mode. And search and destroy, control were a weakness for them in the couple of last two times you saw them play.
And you gotta hope, maybe you go back to some of that VOD yesterday of that loss versus Fantastic Four for Subliners Academy. If you're on the side of Eastern, maybe you might be able to walk away with some learnings, right? And maybe you might be able to take away that search and destroy control, which has been a plague for them, like you were talking about going all the way through. But on the other side for Subliners Academy, that loss, I don't know if you had a chance to go back and watch that one, Alan. It was a brutal one, to say the least. Hard points were relatively close. Some of it coming right down to the game clock on that Moscow hard point. And search and destroy was 3-round difference on that checkmate search and destroy, which definitely has implications going in towards this best of 5 series.
And for the Subliners Academy, they've always been really good when it comes to control overall. So them finding 3-0s versus Fantastic Four yesterday, maybe a bit surprising by the overall score, but not surprising that they were able to find the win in the first place. So yeah, close losses. I don't look at that loss versus Fantastic Four and really discredit too much from the Subliners Academy POV, just because both the hard points were tremendously close. Like you mentioned, the one in Moscow does go down to game clock, in which they actually had a realistic chance at maybe even saving that game a little bit near the end between P4 and 5, or P4 and P1 rather. But the search and destroy, they've been tested throughout the entirety of this stage. I mean, their wins have been tight. Their losses, well, only one loss so far, also pretty tight. Or probably the second loss because they had around 11 losses as well. You're still looking for that next step, though, for someone to dominate this region. And to be fair, that's not really a fair expectation because the region is so darn competitive from top to bottom. And we've seen that not just in this stage, but also in Challengers Cups as well as Challengers Opens as well over the last couple of months.
I think it also has a definite pin as far as that is concerned with how many roster swaps we're also seeing as well. We don't have the OG Wester anymore. Obviously, a lot of those players going up and all around the different CDL. We see what's happening with this TMNT roster as well. A lot of teams coming in and out of Elite, and like you were talking about, even some of those I guess now considered underdogs still have yet to make it through Elite, but those cups have definitely shown a lot of shakeups. And we've even seen some of those competitors that are still playing in Elite play through some of those cups. And you got to think for some of those teams that are sticking together, maybe they might be able to look at some of those rosters and be able to make some God squads. Teams like BBG comes to mind. I mean, maybe EastR with Sib now might be able to have a little bit more of an oomph maybe that they were missing with Fell. I think that's really tough to do considering that they're both fantastic AR flexes, but it's just always just speculation. But I think it's going to be surely interesting, going back to that point you were talking about, to be able to see who's going to be that top dog, because at least off of day one, at least in my eyes, it was a lot of Subliners and EastR. I was licking my lips, looking at this day of a matchup in between EastR and Subliners Academy to be able to see maybe that answer might be able to be true. I mean, for EastR, get a little bit closer towards that second place because, I mean, you are tied after all, three teams strong for that second place, and a win versus Subliners Academy would add a nice little shakeup in towards that first and second place going into playoffs.
Well, we'll take a look to see how the maps will fare for this best of five specifically, because as mentioned, this one could put some major implications into the standings. It's really not even worth trying to go into all the different things that can happen, because when you've got so many teams that have not even played the same number of games, it's impossible really to kind of look at what is going to have to happen for each of these teams. Really, you're just win, control your destiny, and just win. Checkmate 3 in a row for us at the top. Raid for the second hard point, and then Express will be the map 5 search and destroy. And across Checkmate, both teams have shown instances of success. For New York Subliners Academy, they've played it pretty considerably on both the search and the control. But on the other front, EastR had been looking pretty solid on this map for the hard point. So as much as I think maybe it pains some of our audience that we're seeing Checkmate 3 times in a row, it does make sense, and I think would be expected in a certain form to see all three of these be played. And it just came down to the order being that they're all three back to back to back.
Yeah, I mean, for certain. I mean, how much love is actually lost out there for Checkmate Search and Destroy, for example. Maybe we might be able to see a cheeky A push. I'm always hopeful, but what was it? What was the coin phrase that I ended up using? That you go to A less than Lysol ends up, or more than Lysol kills germs, you end up going to that B site. So I mean, I'm at least excited because it's like you exactly said, that this is a more than guaranteed best of 5 map series. If you were looking at these two teams overall from Elite Stage number 3, they are well versed, and like you were talking about, well tested going in towards this matchup as well, to be able to see who's going to be able to stick further ahead. But again, I got my eyes very pinned on towards those last 2 maps. If this does end up going the distance, who's going to be able to come out on top of that raid hardpoint and be able to really slay on out? Because as far as that is concerned, that's what really does stand the biggest difference in this best of 5 for me.
And I think for me, just looking at this generally, just waiting for the lobby to start, by the way, is the corrections that we would need to see after the loss from New York Subliners Academy yesterday are marginal compared to the mistakes that need to be corrected from the side of EastR in their last handful. I mean, they started this series off 2-0 up. They lose to TMNT. They lose to UT Crew. The map 5 versus TMNT definitely had to sting, you have to feel like. Now, granted, that was one of their first matches that they played when Sib fills in for Fellow.
Right.
But the expectations was that Sib was going to jump in and instantly make this team top of North America potentially. There would be no rehearsal really required, because you've got the Gravity and Sib connection kind of being reprised. But apparently that was not the case. And again, only going to map 5 versus Triumph, and I don't mean to kind of take the gas out of Triumph's engines here, but they've really fallen into a spot that puts them in a very troubling position, only winning a single series thus far. So the fact that you had to go to map 5 versus a team that's at the bottom of the group standings, and then you lost a map 5 to the other team that's at the bottom of the group standings, that doesn't bode well for EastR, at least in the immediate. So that's kind of where my head is when it comes to comparing both of these squads, is that the mistakes that EastR have to fix are much greater than the ones that we've seen from New York Subliners Academy so far this stage.
And that's a great point to bring up. If you go back and you watch some of those matchups too, and you almost kind of compare them, it's really tough to do to really psychoanalyze what Fellow comparatively to Sib ranks on this team. But you got to look at the history for EastR when they were initially brought together. These 4 players previously with Fellow, Gravity, Jordan, John have been playing together for quite some time. And you take out that AR flex, it could end up having a certain implication for what the IGL role might end up looking like as well, with Sib coming into the comms as well. They can be quite communicative, and when that ends up coming to the mix, maybe it could overflow for what Jordan and John are trying to do on the front line. AR flexes, looking over the shoulders of a submachine gun. A lot of that blind trust isn't there, that if John's looking for the hits when they're looking for that heroic 5-piece of a Moscow hardpoint of previous past, then you're not going to have Fellow overlooking your shoulder. Maybe Sib has a different idea and they're hitting from a different angle. A lot of these are certain toss-ups, but over time, I mean, we know that Sib, all 4 of these players now that represent EastR are grinders, and I'm sure that they're going to be able to come at least with some heat versus Subliners Academy.
I've got no idea why we're not starting this lobby, by the way. All 8 players are in here and have been for about the last 5 minutes or so. I've got no idea what's going on, but hopefully they'll start the game now. But while we're waiting for them to get things going, just to kind of go over what else is coming up throughout the day, because there are makeups that are happening. Starting at 6:30 or right around then is the Los Angeles Girls Academy going up against Fantastic Four. We hope to be able to get an observer into that to help give some broadcast coverage to that matchup, because that one does have some major implications. Both teams playing very hot right now. Both teams sitting in the middle of the pack. Both teams could use the win. And then Triumph is also playing up against UT Crew. And then at 8 o'clock, that's when the regular more mainstream will actually kind of start. That's Fantastic Four and TMNT in the mainstream. We'll be trying to stay with EastR as they play up against LAG Academy. and so on and so forth as we go. We have a draw, go figure. UT versus BBG is also playing today. NYSL finishes off their group stage playing up against both Triumph and then also LAG Academy. Actually, both the Academy teams for the CDL are playing up against each other as the final piece of group stage that'll be happening at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We will not be doing anything simultaneously, so all of our eyes should be definitely focused on that. But, running through what's in front of some of these teams, it does kind of feel like Triumph is going to have a miracle happen, not just because they need to win both of their matches, but they probably are going to need a little bit of help as well from other teams losing. It's a really tough day when it comes down to the teams at the bottom of the pool, who they still have to play up against to get out of relegation. TMNT, they have one more matches versus Fantastic Four. Triumph, UT Crew, NYSL, all those teams near the top of the group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have all the math and the statistical breakdown for you, but I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, for Triumph and even for, in certain instances, TMT, you're looking at teams like LAG Academy, built by gamers, to lose out on the day, right? For the handful of matches that they still have, at least you have a shot coming out from that very unfortunate relegation period. But TMNT have a better shot, obviously, with their matchups versus Triumph, like you already talked about. Subliners Academy is tough. UT Crew, at least what we've seen from the previous days, that's a hell of a team to be able to face if they bring what they were able to showcase yesterday. But, for LAG Academy and BBG, those are the two teams that I'm mostly focused on for the entire day. You and I had talked about BBGs, they got to win out. Well, they started off great at least one day previously, but how long are they going to be able to go when they have, at least one more tough matchup on the day versus UT Crew?
The thing is, 3 and 4, you're probably going to be in a tiebreaker situation. It looks like
that's right.
Like Triumph has to win both their matches today. That's just going to have to happen, because otherwise you're looking at needing LAG Academy to lose both of theirs and TMNT to also lose theirs. Like, you'd have to hope for a 3-way tie at the bottom at 2 and 4, which doesn't feel likely. So Triumph has to win out today. They've got to take down New York Subliners Academy and UT Crew. Those are two of the top 3 squads right now by standings, and I don't see that happening. So I don't know. It doesn't feel great right now if you're Triumph, especially missing an opportunity to beat a couple of teams in your last couple of goes. That feels pretty bad overall. But for all the other teams that are in the middle, talking about BBG, we said they needed to win out if they wanted to lock out of being in relegation. But even if they lose, they're still going to be probably safe from relegation. The big question mark largely just comes down to what happens with TMNT on the day, what happens with LAG Academy on the day, and then what happens up top with the Subliners Academy, Fantastic Four, UT Crew, and EastR. You're kind of separating it in 2 different groups of 4. The top 4 all have a chance of finishing top 2, and the bottom 4 all have a chance at finishing bottom 2. It just kind of comes down to how the cookie crumbles, because LAG Academy has to play 3 matches today. And so did New York Subliners Academy. They both have to play 3 matches. Yeah.
And not easy ones, too, for LAG Academy. Fantastic Four, EastR, and Subliners Academy on the same day. Yeah. We'll talk about a gauntlet. You better hope that Mox not only brings the fire of what they were consistently bringing on day number 1 and into yesterday as well, as far as their competition is concerned, for how many days they've been playing. But I mean, LAG Academy had a lot of question marks from their returning 3 members. I believe that we're just waiting on one more player to come back and join the lobby, and just as soon as I say that, we got all 8 players in here. So we'll be hopping in here soon. I mean, I can sit here and vamp all day.
I wouldn't throw that out as a guarantee. We've been sitting with 8 players in the lobby for like 10 minutes. But
soon is always it within asterisks. Soon always has TM just right in a nice little subscript right on top of it as well. We're going to get inside the map, but are we going to actually see the entire map play through? I don't know. That's the toss-up, but we'll definitely hop into the map. That's for certain.
Triple dose of checkmate to get us started. Map is loading. Hopefully we don't draw out and come back to lobby. Otherwise, I'm going to throw things. It's kind of the day I've had so far today. I'm in a no-nonsense mood right now. So we'll see how things unfold. Looks like we are good. No one is doing any craziness at the moment. So hopefully everything will be all right. Everyone's coming out of spawn. All right, let's get this series underway 20 minutes late. New York Subliners Academy and EastR squaring off. New York Subliners Academy up top on the standings for now, but again, they've got a long day ahead of them to get through 3 matches, and the first opponent, not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's not. In Subliners Academy, well, they're already starting on an uphill battle, trying to hit through P1, break in towards P2. You got an ample amount of time to still do so, 40 seconds, and you look at the reservation from Subliners Academy. They get themselves inside P1. Now they just turtle up, just waiting for the opportune time to work in for those spawns.
Did my internet just die, or did sports internet just die? I'm completely frozen right now.
You're frozen. Oh, okay. I think it might be on your end. Because I still got a whole lot of gameplay going on in front of me, so you might just have to reset your parsec there, bud. But as far as the game is concerned, Subliners, they find that opportunity that I was talking about. They were able to find EastR spawning parallel with them on the west side of the map. That gave the submachine guns the opportunity to work their way forward, but P1 still active. Means that opportunity for Subliners still to spawn out will occur, and it absolutely does. Prolune and Hamza, they're going to be working up at least from the south street. Gives EastR the opportunity to at least stabilize. That's over by Tube and inside the hill itself, so they'll be there for the initial time. The two players that I was just noting for Subliners Academy, working that south street, they will find no work done whatsoever. And as Subliners Academy are still funneling numbers in, EastR are just soaking up the time. 3 seconds left to play. One more hit coming out from Tetris towards Tube. Just not enough to break the spawns of the setup that EastR are able to acquire. 20 seconds left to play, and Subliners still struggling to work past that time they were able to get on P1.
Okay, so I think we're good now. I don't know if it was just my internet was being weird or what, but we're good to go. So as we start to move forward, it's going to be just up to EastR to lock down this scrap time as mentioned, and this is something that the Subliners have done really well with over the course of their opening stage group matches so far, is just making sure they're always putting pressure, even if they're not really wanting that scrap time, just making sure that EastR is going to feel trapped into P2, and while the kills are at least traded away, which does mean that this will be a successful endeavor. First hardpoint time here on the third looking solid for NYSL Academy.
You see where Saints is already pushed up, and that's going to actually force John to spawn all the way out over by P5. Subliners Academy, they don't end up reading it. As an execution does occur from Drought. He probably didn't mean for that. A lot of that has been occurring this entire Cold War season, but this is a now unfortunate chance that EastR has been able to find from John's advantage of spawning in. We're able to break Subliners Academy setup on P3, and now they're in control of the west side of the map.
Yeah, the flip is actually very nicely responded to if you're EastR overall, and it helps when Sib's on 5 in a row. So he's now 10-7, John on 3. And that will mean that EastR will be in a pretty favorable spot, not just to lock down this scrap hardpoint time, but well, I was about to say, their numbers are in really good spots to also win initial time on 4, but all 4 members will drop instantly, and NYSL Academy will have a chance to actually push a little bit further forward. A little bit shaky there from Saints, thought he had the kill when he actually didn't, so the trade will result in what will be likely a pretty even contest for the initial time here on the 4th.
You're hoping for that contested time as well. Subliners Academy through the previous 2 hills have only been looking at about 20 seconds or so. EastR are finding themselves a lot of time and getting that hold on P2, and then the break into 3, and now over towards 4. The coverage towards the A street is absolutely amazing. And they're also looking for plane control as well. But Subliners Academy, that could be their ticket in. Pinstripe kill feed is going to be good. It gets the players of EastR off the hill. Now you're also looking at plane control for Subliners Academy to work their way in for this time.
All right, well, time ticking away here. But we look forward to, can EastR actually set themselves up for a hold here on the 5th? And you can almost even tell just in this moment, going back to that second hard point, NYSL Academy on that second hard point would push forward to try to get those exit kills that much quicker. EastR are playing a little bit more passive, holding back, trying to make sure they keep the spawn safe, and they're unsuccessful in that as 2 players will spawn away, and that's just the difference of speed and how it could potentially impact how the narrative of the game goes, especially for these money hard points. Jerd trying to keep the back safe, does well in that endeavor, and meanwhile the 2 ARs look forward, and EastR will regain, but tested early, and NYSL have a lot of time to still work their way forward through the plane.
It's very similar to the P2 setup, right? Subliners Academy are going to try to send at least 2 players to double up together, but EastR, they do a fine job at least isolating 1 at a time. They win their ones, and that'll essentially be the equation for a stronghold on those money hills that you're talking about, Shift. 30-point lead, now growing past 40. EastR looking pretty good going in towards the second set. Subliners are probably just going to chalk this set up for a new set of hills. And inside P1, this is when this one hill can become a money hill when you have players just lurking around the lanes and inside the plane. Can Subliners do it? They would love to have the time.
Well, at the end of the first rotation, a pretty convincing lead so far for EastR, which is a bit surprising. I mean, you take a look at the New York Subliners Academy KDs, everyone's playing just as well as the team on the right side of the scoreboard. It's just been the hardpoint time has not fully been there since 4 and 5 overall. Jerd trying to keep his life, does well to get some help from John, so EastR are going to hold on to this early time here on the first hill. And meanwhile, Sib, who's pushed through, will actually slow down New York just a touch as they're kind of playing and waiting for someone to come out of the back. Opening shots from Hamza, not bad, but can't finish the kill. And meanwhile, on the hard point itself, the next 20 seconds have come and gone, and EastR have soaked up every bit of it.
Look at Sibs just positioning, just being a nuisance in the back as well, just trying to block spawns. It's unsuccessful given where the rest of the subliners are located at, but it's still going to cause subliners to turn away and try to deal with this player in the back. And Sibs wins a crucial one versus Proloot. Get some early tags on the Saints. That actually gives enough time for EastR's reinforcements to work through the A Street. P1 was still being contested in a 1v1, what felt like an eternity. And now the threat over towards New is there for EastR. A little bit of parallel spawns happening on the west side of the map, but nobody's soaking up the time. Again, going forward, this is just great for EastR.
Smart working in the back, turning around, finding himself a double. Also makes safe the trophy. So New York Subliners Academy, they should have flipped the spawns. I was going to say, it's taking a while for Proloot to come up, but he does spawn in the back corner. So an opportunity for them to try to reduce this deficit to right around 60 points, but the hit from EastR still on the way and looking to find some success. Hamza from inside Tools is able to find one, searching for the last, but Spart picks up Jerd in the back. So that should be the scrap time lockdown for NYSL. And with that broke situation kind of happening, that will bring us to right around about 45, 50-point game.
Keep P3 scrappy and keep contested of the A Street. The Subliners Academy are right there to bring them into this game. And you think that Saints has just got to be able to turn it around. If there's one player that sticks out more than anything, I know 13 and 18 isn't the terrible thing, especially for Checkmate as far as an entry SMG is concerned, is tough. But Saints hope to be able to find these early engagements, would love to be able to find these avenues. Those 2 kills that come through for Subliners Academy would hope to be good, but on the opposite side, again, the slaying power is there from the ARs. Gravity 22 and 16. Sib was going massively positive at 16 and 19, had themselves a couple of sprees, but it's the impact on the game regardless that EastR are finding.
Still a lot of time to fight for here in the third, but that's more so, I think, from the benefit of EastR's POV, as they've done very well so far in this hard point. And this was where they really started to take charge in this first rotation of hills. Between 4 and 5, they looked great. And if that happens again, the game will just be over flat out.
Yep.
Remember back, we talked about the fact that EastR has played this map a couple of different times so far in the group stage. They looked good in both instances, and that seems to also be coming true here. So a lot of resistance needs to be put into effect here for NYSL, and well, the third hard point will come and go. The fourth one will open, and the good news here is, as it does, the Subliners retake the plane, the middle of the map, and the hard point simultaneously.
Just 1 second shy of being over 200, but Subliners now in possession of P4. They're in great spots to not only just threaten this time, but just to zone EastR away. Proloot needs to keep their life inside a plane, given Saints is underneath. They got a double weapon set up to try to help them, and at least give the communication of when they're coming up the staircase, and that's exactly what EastR are trying to play for. But Saints trying to mantle up inside the plane wing. EastR, they know that this has to be a power position, at least forcing out the team kill. That's going to be at least a 2v1 for the hill, which Sib wins it out. EastR are right back into things at over 200 points.
Yeah, the Subliners really cannot afford to give this time away for free. They've got to try to challenge it, and well, Sib is not going to allow them to. 3 straight kills. Yes, the Subliners Academy still spawning on the left side of the map largely, but the pressure has actually forced Saints to spawn out. So these kills have to come through cleanly for New York. And well, so far, so good, honestly. The only problem is because they lost their final break attempt, they are going to be down to really their last legs here. Any break or setup for EastR that finds success will likely be the end of the game.
Like, they know that Jerd is back here too, so you're going to have to rely on at least Saints is going to be the player to deal with it, and the hit is also coming from the South Street. The break from the front is going to be in. Jerd's going to be able to take down the last one. 20 seconds needed. EastR are inside the P5 hill.
Looking like that should be about game at this point. I mean, it's just such a deep deficit. Even if New York can find their way with the proximal stawns to break through this time, I mean, they're going to have a flawless first hard point, flawless second, and then even still, there might be still a question of if they have enough time to even come back fully into this game. But we don't need to consider that, because EastR will just continue to hold from the front, take map number 1 at a 100-point gap. That's a great start for EastR, who, realistically speaking, need this win more than New York do if they want to try to find themselves in the top 2.
That's a great point. You're absolutely right. Because Subliners Academy, you know that they're going to be up in that top 2 position given for the rest of their matchups on the day, but EastR could definitely benefit from the wins and from the strength that they're showcasing here as well. Again, the ARs were just the main benefactor. John was able to flourish as far as flying through the map. I know I was highlighting Saints not finding a lot of value going back towards what Subliners Academy were not necessarily needing, but they were certainly missing going in towards that checkmate hardpoint. John was able to find, and that is almost very reliant on the pressure that both Sib and Gravity were laying down on those long lanes. They were almost always good for 2, all the way up to 5 at certain points of time, and that's just what you love to see if you're a fan of those 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this is the potential that I think everyone speaks so highly about when it comes to Easter with Sib into the mix. Fellow's a great talent. That's absolutely without question. He
Sure.
even showcased that when he was playing with Dallas this last weekend in the CDL. But when you bring Sib back with gravity, he brings a style of aggression that not a lot of people in challengers have in them at all, let alone can choose to turn off and on whenever they so feel free to. And when Sib gets into takeover mode like he does, it doesn't feel like there's a gunfight out there anywhere in Call of Duty that he's not confident in taking. And that can lead to some very dangerous moments if you're on the other side of the controller, which seemed to be the case there largely through that end of the first rotation. And then again, kind of the same thing through the second. So 250, 150 to tally. Really not much need to look at what's coming up next for our next two maps because it's going to be checkmate for both. But for the subliners, their search and destroy has been pretty positive. The big key as we go back to what we kind of were bantering between in the opening of the pre-match was the fact that this is where EastR have really struggled in the search and in the control. That's going to have to be better because there aren't enough hard points in the rotation for you to win a series.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You only get 2 hard points, right? So I mean, you're 3 and 6 overall on the search and destroy. If you are EastR, you're hoping at least to find a nice turnaround going in towards a map that you would hope to be pretty comfortable for all the things that you were able to find value on going in towards that hard point, right? It's checkmate. Sub pressure inside the middle of the map. You have ARs that were able to slay out on the hard point. Those become your lane controls as well. As long as you're able to find that first blood on any side, that can typically sway a checkmate search and destroy round.
Indeed the case. We'll set things through just a small break for right now while we're getting things set up into the lobby, and then we'll come back with the checkmate search and destroy without too much delay right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on in. Search and Destroy, checkmate on our screens for us. EastR currently starting off in a pretty solid spot after the 100-point victory that they had in the hard point on this map. Looking to find some success now on the search. And one of the things that I think we can really categorize New York Subliners Academy with this map is that they love to play through the A lane, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, they have, that's a very fair assessment. And they always end up really relying on one player, and that's going to be Prelude inside the plane first and foremost. You saw the media trade being able to take down John and was also pressuring that A Street, like you were noting, but now it leaves Jerd in a 1v2 position. Might just be Gnome. They got 35 seconds left to make a play.
This is a very tough position to make any kind of a play from. Not only because you're kind of trapped up against a wall, but you have so many windows, angles, and long lanes to kind of clear. But this is actually a really good rotation from Jerd. He's eliminated a lot of the map by getting into the defensive spawn. But the problem is he leaves himself only with the B site, and that is where New York is.
Oh, he might just find some timing, though, just to clear it
out. Could be good. Well.
Oh. But it
you
just
either find the timing or you see none of the timing. That's essentially how things go.
You find the timing or you become the timing. That's
the timing finds you.
Yeah. At least it's not Moscow. Otherwise, it would probably always happen in the opposite. But still, I think it mostly comes down. Sib did find that first blood. Entire round would have been entirely different had they gotten out with their life. But Subliners Academy, like you were already noting, putting players over towards that A Street first and foremost, some opening shots plus that wing. I know exactly what avenues to be looking at. So they trade over towards their offense, and much like you noted, a lot of presence over towards that A lane. They're going to get a couple of shots, I believe, coming out from both Jerd and Gravity. They're still just trying to fish out information. You got players on the south lane, just try to figure out where the rest of EastR are located at.
And this is a staple of what we've seen from New York.
It really is.
Look for that intel, and then decide what exactly we want to do with it. And I think the big question here is, will they recognize that Sib is tucked behind Tetris? Because if they see him, which, well, they do, but it costs them a life. So that usually is the goal call for them to start putting more pressure on over towards the A lane, especially if they recognize that two players are kind of watching the bottom side of the plane, which is the case at the moment.
Spart just peeks right out and gets obliterated. And, well, by process of elimination, yeah, the only other place they could be is on the wing. Saints finds the first. Great help from Prelude. Can they challenge for more? Three in a row? And they come back from a deficit like this. It's all up to Jerd again.
I mean, rule number one, when you've got a numbers advantage, don't bother playing inside the plane. There's no need to. There's no need to.
Oh, man.
2v4 situation, and New York still take it? Here's the thing. When you've got numbers, and the reason why I feel like a lot of people would say once you have numbers, just forget about the plane, is the fact that you're trapped inside of the plane then. For as much as we say the mid-map pressure is important, when you've got numbers, and you know that the A site, like you mentioned, 99.99% of the times is never used, just take over the outside lanes and force them to be trapped where there's no exits from that plane. And EastR just get caught one by one in and around the plane itself. So beautiful stuff, I would say, from New York, but another mistake that has been kind of categorized around EastR's search so far in this group stage since their change.
Saints on 4 straight, Prelude on 3. Tough to find value of streaks, but it's always a fun conversation point regardless. For EastR's offense, bomb carrier John is already inside the plane, looking for this potential first blood. But again, it's Subliners Academy on checkmate. They're not going to give you much of anything unless it's at A Street.
First blood for Prelude. 4 in a row for him, 4 in a row for Saints. Jerd will reveal his position. Prelude not interested, backing away. Saints on the flank. Through where? A lane. Finds himself as 5th, so it's a 3v2 situation. Make it now 3v1, just up to Gravity. Maybe some timing here into Saints. Okay, that's not bad. You shut down the potential of one set of streaks. Long-range shots actually not bad either. But in the end, it will be 3 rounds in a row for New York.
Again, I think it really comes down to the only aggressive part of that defense the entire time was the A Street push, of which Sib was pushed back. But inside the plane, Prelude just waited. The trophy system got thrown down, maybe a couple flashes here and there, but they just waited. It almost feels like they have a stopwatch. Just like, oh, now it's the perfect time. Just throw a challenge. There's a nice little isolated 1v1 versus John. First blood is mine. Saw on that force spree, by the way. And again, it is just the patented Subliners Academy special here on Checkmate. They barely even give you a dime as far as information. They're the ones that are searching for it. And it's a big exclamation mark on this offense. Easter, the biggest change for them now is that John is pushed up just a little bit further forward, but no player directly on either of these sites as Subliners Academy are fishing for that first blood, but Sib finds it first.
Okay, so this is a copy-paste of the last defense for Easter. You get first blood under the same person. Can they clean out this plane or, again, play around the outside and force them to stay there? Not the case. Sib pushing forward by the engines does get knocked, so it's a 3v3. You still have Brolin on 4 in a row, and he's the one carrying the bomb, so he's got potential to get closer to streaks pending their successful objective play coming into his near future. Shots coming down from the left, though. That's going to stall out the push through as Jerd will lock down the lane. John over the top, making sure he stays safe, but never expect that. Spart, again, plays through the A lane. He's trying to look for a second. Spart doubles up. Now it's just down to Gravity, who finds 2 in response. And, well, he knows where Spart is, so this should be an instant call to hop onto the bomb, try to get to the defuse, but Spart gets here fast, gets the first tag, gets the second, 3 in the round for Spart. New York stay flawless through the search.
Oh, that was nasty. That was nasty from Spart. Again, it's that push through the A Street that you were highlighting. It's that cross angle through the airlock door. You just know that there's going to be a player trying to jostle on that heady, trying to punish that player, but that immediate 1 versus Jerd, already a gunfight they probably had no business being able to win. Jerd turned that corner, had the lock on, but I tell you, the challenge, that's a little bit of extra flavor there towards the end with the Diamante. The spree previously for both Prolin and Saints, that's unfortunately will be put down. Spart now on 3 straight through multiple rounds, or through that previous round, 4 in a row for Subliners Academy on this defense. They actually get aggressive in the plane this time around and Sib again for first blood.
Yeah, this is a nice little change of pace as well. You're not having a response to what's happening on the outsides of the map. Try to win it inside, but, well, that puts you against both Spart and Pro with subs this time. And Spart, who finds his 5th, is now working for Streaks as he gets his 6th as well. I mean, Streaks at this point might just be an informality just due to the fact that they're 5-0 up, and it seems like wins are coming in every single place that they look right now for New York.
I almost say that playing for Streaks would just be egregious at this point. It just one round away from closing it out. And they just, it's almost a little caution to the wind. And instead of just fishing for the info, they get rather aggressive with it as well. They semtexes, flashes, everything that they possibly can, early shots. Easter were looking to do the exact same, but Subliners Academy, as far as finding their trades and playing their crosses, I mean, that has been their go-to. The entire checkmate, search, and destroy. Just not going to be able to get that out from Easter. And so Subliners Academy looking to close it out on offense. Same pattern at play. Just 2 players strong through that B site. Easter give it up entirely. They're going to try to play for the retake.
But the one player that you have to keep an eye on is actually number 6 in the back. It's Saints. He's the one that makes sure that the flank stays safe, finds the kill. Now that numbers are dwindling, he's going to have to play forward. And, well, he does get into the plane. It was Sib who was trying to challenge. Hamza around the back. Good timing onto Tom. And now you turn your attention forward. 1v2 situation. Hamza's killed off a lot of time, but John has hopped on for the defuse. And he's sticking it. Finds. No, I thought the shots initially were going to be good onto Sib, but apparently not. And Easter, they survive. They avoid the full-on sweep in the search and get themselves on the board.
I love that different play from the offense, right? You're getting in the minds now of Easter. You think that the A Street is clear. Spart's not pushing it. Jury thought that was an opportunity, but much like you called, Alan, Saints was there watching the flank the entire time, but unfortunately, the trades and the kills can't be found inside the plane. Collapse in numbers were just a little bit too much for Subliners that time around as far as a post-plant situation is concerned. And that very end for a 1v2, just tough odds altogether. 5 first bloods, by the way. We're in through 6 rounds. Sib has found 5 first bloods, but that's the first round that Easter were able to win off of it.
Another different look here for Easter. 3-man stack to the bottom side wing. Hamza with the AR, likely going to be responsible for a lot of this as he's playing just outside Tetris, and Prolud inside the plane, also going to be trialed, and both will fall. So, okay, nice start here once more for Easter. Spart looking for an angle through the windows. Won't find too much. Does find one elimination, and, well, Jerd, where are you going? He walks all the way around the back. Double chill him on the wing.
It almost felt like a war zone, like 2v1 right there. It's like, I'm flanking him. Just hold your line. But no, I don't know about that one either.
God, Saints.
Yeah. I mean, Saints started off hot, remained consistent throughout the entire of the search, was just getting in the heads ultimately of Easter the entire time. And again, I think that's just the beautiful club special that you get when you face subliners on checkmate. They're so slow and methodical, and it's not because that's the way they play. That is the choice of when you go to checkmate, search, and destroy, that they will almost give you nothing from defense or even offense when you're trying to find that information, and just slowly down to that 30-second mark. Spark could potentially be past that A street. You already have Prelude inside the plane as well. They're just so slow and methodical. It's just so fun to be able to watch them play that map.
Yeah, their search and destroy has been great.
Yeah.
It really has been. And that right there was a combination of them playing better than we've seen them play so far on the stage. And I think just too many mistakes coming through from the side of Easter. There are so many different rounds in there that we could go back to and say this is a round that Easter needs to win. 4v2 early on, 4v2 at the end, 3v2 at the end. That should have been easy trades. A couple of situations that you just don't expect the caliber of players that Easter have to make those mistakes. But apparently some growing pains when it comes to the objective-based modes that are not hard points. So checkmate will be the control coming up. This is a mode that, again, has been eluding this Easter team since the swap. That's been the big key overall. It's going to have to change because you just can't fall down 0-2. You can't just win the hard points. That just has to change at a certain instance. And, it's not been looking great for them when it comes down to what they've done on control. Yes, they did beat Triumph, though, on this map mode combination the other day. So there is something to look forward to maybe, but still the fact of the matter remains that this New York Subliners Academy team is in a different level than that Triumph team currently is. So have to find a way to play better than that.
I mean, a different level altogether. They're 4-0 for heaven's sakes on control. Even in a loss yesterday versus they were losing, or they were able to win the control and force it out for a fourth map, both versus Fantastic Four and for TMNT. I think that speak volumes to be able to win those controls in that 3-0 versus TMNT and in that 1-3 loss versus Fantastic Four. But I think most importantly here, Shift, you bring up that one win for Easter versus Triumph. That's probably why they were trying to at least focus on going towards checkmate. That seems to be a reliance, at least for their ARs, to be able to find a lot of value. And that 3-1 win versus Triumph might be good. But again, 4-0 are subliners on control as a whole. 2-0 on checkmate versus some pretty good teams. They beat UT Crew 3-1, and they also beat BBG 3-2, who I know you can say what your was versus that matchup versus BBG, but that was a very tight one. But Subliners Academy, at least when it comes down to it, they have at least a firm grip as far as what they want to do on these respawns.
Very true. Starting up late, go figure, it wouldn't be Call of Duty Challengers if there wasn't late starts. LAG Academy and Fantastic Four should be coming online here pretty soon for us. They were taking a while to get into lobby, get the map selected, but maps are in. I think the lobby is building, so we will have a chance to kind of do some simultaneous look-ins as we go. But for right now, we're waiting on this control as our main focus overall. All the players are in. Shouldn't be too much longer before we start this one up, TM. So with this next checkmate coming through, I mean, for me, you've got an Express Map 5 that's waiting at the very end. If we were just to figure that Easter were to take the next hard point, which is by no means a guarantee.
Sure.
At least a little bit of good news is that Easter has played a lot of Express Search and Destroy. The bad news is they only have beaten one team on it.
Yeah. It's literally just that. And when you go back to the frame up that we did for this matchup at the top of the broadcast, Alan, we ended up talking about you only get 2 hard points in the best of 5 series. And although you might be able to win those, what are you going to do on the objective, on the truly objective, even through a one more respawn of control? You got to think that this is a big opportunity now for Easter to walk away with this control win, even if it goes defense for defense, get that scratch off the board and at least get that second control win, and at least have yourself a better opportunity of winning out this series.
Great defensive start here, though. Both ARs finding some value. Jerd and John looking to use that to push forward, and boy, will they. Perfect timing there for Jerd as John was making his way through the yellow container. He eventually gets dealt with, but Jerd's play still may be an option. Looks to be not, as Hamza finds the trade back. So pretty slow start from both sides overall when it comes to tempo and pace and the kill feed, but you do give a slight nod over towards Easter defense first and foremost, as they have some good mid-map control. That is steadily trying to be changed, though, as New York have numbers now pushing over to the A zone. John does well for one. Semtex actually going to take his own life. I don't know how Spart doesn't find that kill sooner, but regardless, John does well to go 2 for his own life.
And now we're down to 28 seconds. It's a 2-life lead, but your winning condition now if you're the defensive side of EastR is to keep them zoned away. But 2 kills do come their way of Subliners Academy. Saints needs to keep their life head on a swivel. Probably gets the communication or the sound that Jared is coming through. A chance to stop this clock.
That's not just the clock being stopped with that stick. That's going to be New York all over the middle of the map and the A site simultaneously. First tick of progress should be good, pending the ARs win their gunfights, which Hamza takes the first, but there will be instant trades. Jared trying to keep his life. Not a good gunfight versus Prelude as he was stuck kind of against the box. Saints on 5 in a row. Really just needs to be playing for streaks at this point. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity to win this round, but he can continue to play the middle of the map and maybe find a 6th and 7th kill. That would still be a net positive overall, but all of that narration comes to a very swift conclusion as he eventually drops, and now the only hopes for New York is that they can capitalize on this A zone, which they will not be able to.
And it's more than, you know, obviously the streaks would have been great. Very tough to be able to find value with the artillery strike, at least the bombing part of it, and the cruise missile here on checkmate being inside the warehouse. But the ping still would have been nice, at least for their opening rounds, at least trying to retake a zone. But you got to remember the one aspect for change of controls. We got to look at the at least tick progression. At least looking at that first, it could have been the potential last-ditch effort for Subliners Academy, knowing that they were going to lose the round, or at least trying to get as many ticks as possible for that round 5. So it will be marked at 1 if it ends up going down to it. But again, it's that opening breakoff that the ARs, both Gravity and Sid, were able to find. You noted about how the SMGs were able to flourish. In that exact standpoint, can they find that same value on an offense, though?
Also going on, LAG and Fantastic Four have started. They are playing on raid hardpoint. A good start for Fantastic Four so far through the first couple of hills. They're about to exit the third at a 100-44 point game currently. So that one's going on. We'll be continuing to look into that one as it gets closer and closer to its conclusion. But for EastR, a good defensive start. And beyond that, their opening break here offensively has found them on the B site, but not good enough to get through Hamza. So Subliners, they will regain control of the middle of the map.
And it's that A Street AR's playground, really. Saints is going to push all the way through it. You talk about Hamza and their positioning down towards that B zone as well. Very open opportunities. And well, the same praise that I was talking about EastR in that opening breakoff, Subliners Academy are doing just that. The difference is that Saints is going to push it that much further. You know, they're already inside of Orange. Going to be looking for a couple spawn kills.
Yeah, and Saints doesn't have to do too much here. He just needs to throw these shots out and make sure that EastR are always looking for him as they try to get out of their spawn. Sib, on the opposite side, needs to blow this play up. Finds one. Jumps onto the B zone to stall the clock, giving his team a little bit of time to collect themselves as they come off respawn. The problem is Sib is also really not finding too many opportunities for kills. So as he finds himself completely caught, he'll drop. And now 20 seconds on the clock. Significant life lead for New York, and Prelude once more working for streaks. He's on another spree, 5 in a row for him.
Just going to look to block, maybe find a couple players on rotation. This is desperation now for EastR. Prelude is going to hit the flank on the back stairs, but gets killed from Jared, who just respawned. EastR are able to find an opportunity to at least try to stop that clock. It is short-lived, but they still have players push forward.
Last chances, you would feel like right here from Sid. He'll slide forward looking to clear, but does just get overwhelmed. Too many numbers to deal with. John, he slides in just the nick of time, but did not expect the third gunfight to be there. So defense for defense in very similar form. No ticks taken from either team, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the one tick for Subliners did come through, if you remember, towards that A-lane push. So at least if you're looking for any sort of leg up, if it goes towards that round 5. Against Subliners, we're trading off Saints, trying to zone away middle of the map for Hamza to stick that first stick of progress, which I'm pretty sure did go through. I'm probably wrong, honestly speaking. This is what we were getting at a few days ago. This new control mode is truly testing my short-term memory. I'm not a fan. The Subliners, though, opportunity for another offensive round when they are going towards at least the B zone this time around. A lot of favor towards the plane rather than the A zone this time.
John, Jared, Gravity, all finding kills. So once again, the defense in a very, very great spot. Saints also will drop. So now an opportunity here to get into the spawn quickly. Well, not going to come through, as there will be an even trade. But, man, I'll just tell you, this is one of the people that people have gripes about when it comes to this map, right? I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but it's just once the defense wins that 50-50 battle in the middle of the map, they're so quick to reinforce and potentially get into your spawn. It's just, the locations for the spawns are definitely not evenly dispersed when it comes to who wins that 50-50 fight, because let's say that New York win a couple of trades in the middle of the map. They're still spawning either top right or bottom right, and they've got so much ground to go through to reinforce. Like right here, this is a prime example. A couple of kills come through, but now as they have to approach onto a site themselves, any one of these trades leads to pause on the map, and that's exactly what unfolds. 19 seconds, small life difference, but no progress at any of these zones so far for New York.
Prelude's at least going to try to finesse their life a little bit longer, but it almost has shades of it was Arsenal back on Black Ops 4, where you get your way towards that A zone over by the statue and the staircase, and the AR just spawns with a heady right off the rip. It's just so tough because again, you're going to have these open avenues where you can throw Semtexes and flashes, but Subliners Academy, they finally have themselves an opportunity. They get that first tick of progress, and that is big if it goes defense for defense, but they're trying to keep their life. Prelude, not the Semtex you're looking for, will be traded.
Yep. And that's where the problem unfolds. The kills are decent. I mean, the life lead by the end is marginal, but it's just so difficult to get through that middle of the map. You have to cleanly get out of spawn and then cleanly win a fight in the middle of the map to find success onto either of these two zones. I mean, at this point, I think the audience at large, you guys all know that, but that's just a prime example of that right there coming into play, because the life count is even by the end of it. I mean, maybe a couple of lives here or there, but largely, that is about as good of a fight as you're going to see when it comes to a dead 50-50 gridlock in the middle of the map. So EastR have themselves a small advantage, but need to crack the code of how to win an offense here versus Subliners Academy team in order to take the swing map.
Again, finding tick progression. At least that is the one thing that Subliners Academy can speak. If this goes defense for defense, though I'm not going to lie here, Shift, I have seen on this map and many others, if it goes defense for defense, that round number 5 is just a beauty for an offensive round win to potentially come through. But EastR showing a lot of presence of mind towards that A zone. And again, it is that opening breakoff. Yet again, Shift, you don't win it convincingly for the offense. How long can you maintain the middle of the map pressure? Because Subliners Academy, they're already threatening the spawn kills.
Well, that should be interesting, because Jerd can push through here. Now he's going to hold the brakes off for now, and Sib, oh, it's a huge win for him mid-map. That should lead to a tick of progress onto A, maybe a second to follow if they can successfully stack this. New York is still collecting themselves for a setup to try to break, and Hamza might be the first factor to move forward, and as he does, he falls. So now New York just need to win gunfights, and they're not taking a single one with them, so EastR will completely control everything at A. And with some still numbers persisting in the middle of the map, they could really put some punish on the life count. And oh my goodness, Sib will. Beautiful turn. That's now 5 in a row for him.
Put some pressure on the life count, some pressure on an offensive round win, and potentially to close it out here. And we'll go up in the series 2-1. And they are doing a great job at that. Look at the zoning, and now the stack is through. Might have to be able to do it.
They're good, but it just comes down to, will they actually find the favor to get onto the zone? And how about it, Sib is actually going to find himself 7. There's 8. He can pull out streaks to turn this one around, but might not even need to. That second tick of progress on the way. John for his trade leads to an opportunity here for that second tick of progress, and maybe even the third. Streaks have not started to come through yet. Third tick on the way. Hamza's got to slide forward a touch, and as he does, here comes the recontest. Sib dancing with him, finds the second. Sib taken over in the end. Streaks and essentially a solo play to not only win the middle of the map, but find the opening onto the B zone.
Shift, what was it we were talking about on the checkmate hardpoint when Sib's in takeover? What happens? That's exactly what happens right there. That's exactly what you have to be wary of when you go up against Sib at any capacity, at any point in time. That could happen. They picked up a submachine gun, started piecing a whole bunch of other individuals from Subliners Academy, still had the Crick 6 in their back pocket. Many different opportunities to get on towards that B zone, but most importantly, that was space and availability for players like Jerd and John to almost go unnoticed. From that opening breakoff, although it was not the most convincing from EastR, what was it, John or Jerd? One of them was just alive in the plane for such a long time because there was just so much commotion being made over on the many other sides of checkmate. There was no presence for Subliners to even think about those power positions such as the plane.
Whew. Fiery stuff. But hey, at the end of the day, sometimes you just need that one guy that can absolutely take things over. And, well, we found out pretty quick who that guy would be. And I think a lot of people would have put bets down on Sib to be that guy in the first place if it were to be somebody from EastR. And that would obviously be the case. Trying to see what's happening over with the LAG hardpoint. It was a 250-91 victory.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about some early favor being thrown around. Well, there it is. Fantastic Four. They actually put together. I'm looking back at it right now. It was 170-91 at one point in time. So they essentially put together 80 straight points to put down LAG Academy. That's not great if you're LAG.
From what I was able to watch, at least out of the corner of my eye on my third monitor shift, what I saw a lot of it was just sheer dominance and rotations through the middle of the map. This Fantastic Four squad, we've been able to see them on that map mode combo be able to do just that. I mean, Slack, for one example, is rather creative. He is that one player that you rage in your league play matches. Why is this guy here? Well, Slack is that man to be able to do that. And, it causes a lot of commotion for a lot of players that aren't really used to that sort of tactic.
Yeah. So we're getting ready to go. We're out of the mix of all of the checkmates so far. We'll take a look back at our best of 5 series set. This is where we'll get a little bit of variety in the map set, as we'll have Raid coming up next and then Express, Search, and Destroy. And just going into what we have right here for Easter, these are 2 maps that you feel pretty confident that you can win this series on, specifically over the fact that your hardpoint has been your bread and butter. And to that point, you've played a lot of Raid so far in this group stage. But even if it does go to map 5, you're going to your most played Search and Destroy. Now, granted, Express has only been 1-3 for them. They lost in round 11 to TMNT. They also lost in round 10 to Triumph. Their only bad loss was versus UT Crew, which they lost 2-6. On the other front, when you look at the side of the New York Subliners Academy, they're also going into their most played map mode combination, which is Raid Hardpoint, and they've been great here. 3-0 on it, but with convincing overall map win-loss records. On average, they win this map 250-131. They're smoking people on this map.
Those are insane stats and numbers. So when you think about it, who isn't really comfortable at Raid through many different game modes at this point in time, especially in North America? We play it so often, but just as soon as we get in, we will hop back out with a lobby issue. Man, I do love it. But we can end up just looking at it a little bit further. For this Subliners Academy roster, what makes them so deadly on Raid, at least going back and watching some of those matchups again ahead of today's broadcast, it was just the way that they were able to finesse through the entirety of the middle of the map. The same praises that I was just basically saying for Fantastic Four of Slack, one name of Spart is able to at least take advantage of that exact situation, because it's definitely a conversation point that always ends up coming back around. Again, Hydra now on Subliners proper, Hamza back in, you have your main AR. So that kind of almost lets the chains a little bit loose around Spart to be able to be that playmaker again. I know they're still running the AR flex, but you get one piece of an SMG player on the other side of EastR, you get that double weapon setup. That's an opportunity to fly. And with them, along with Saints on hard points, that has been the duo that has been absolutely electric.
Yeah, there are so many positives. And, I'll say this much. There have been, and I'd be interested, maybe I need to make this into a Twitter poll. A lot of people have been talking about how Challengers has been so fun to watch. And I think a lot of that is simply due to the fact that the teams have a lot of great storylines. And we've seen a lot of great competition where you don't really have a lopsided top end versus bottom end. Maybe a couple of stages. We have your Aerial Rise from stage 2. You have your Team 3G from stage 1 in Europe. And then up until the win today, you have Pushing Gaming in stage 3. But outside of maybe one team per region per stage, you're looking at some great competition. I mean, this stage specifically, the amount of narratives that you have off of players that were just recently in the CDL through stage 2 that now find themselves in Challengers, but even teams like Built by Gamers who, they don't lose by much on each map they lose by. 220s to 250s is largely what we see on their hard points, and round 10 and beyond Search and Destroys. I mean, there have been so many close maps this stage. Really goes to show that these players aren't just close to being at the top. Maybe some of them even deserve to be, and you're getting a lot of them. So we'll see how things unfold here. Opening start for New York. Great for the Raid hardpoint as they get a full wipe, only dropping one member, and they get onto the hardpoint for some significant time.
Yeah, their immediate point of focus, of course, spawning onto the favorite side for P2 as they send 3 players over towards Laundry. It is an AR's dream to be able to watch players coming up from driveway and outside of red with that window in tow. One player that did go towards the middle of the map was Prelude. They were able to find 2, but one player was able to sneak through. That was Jerd. They're going to have help from the front door of John as well.
Sibber on the corner, finds one, almost snaps on to the second. Jerd in the back, meanwhile, playing for the rotation, has secured the spawns alongside John and Sib, who does spawn right back up. And then Gravity, responsible for the scrap time, wins 1-1v1. We'll have to win a couple of more, though. Number of shots going in, and you thought for a second he would get the better of Hamza, but or Prolit rather, but it's Hamza who comes to save a life. So dead tie, essentially, as we move into the second hard point, but it's going to have to be New York breaking from the front. Brilliant Semtech spam for really the third straight hill here for EastR, and Sib is able to line up a couple from the pinch. 4 in a row for him, and EastR dominate the second hard point in the initial time.
I mean, that was just beautiful. Many players hitting through the front. The Semtex, like you called, was just clearing out the doorway. Nobody watching pillars. Sib feast. And it's the AR duos again, Shift. They are a combined 10 and 6 between the two of them. Gravity on a 3 spree right now, but it's that opening, it's that blind trust. When the OE hit was coming through for P2, it was the ARs that came up through driveway, was able to flip through P1, and it made that OE hit more potent. And then you look at the setup, it was none other than Gravity and Sib yet again, and that allows for Jerd and John just to fly. I know, say what you will, John is 1 and 4, but they are creating a lot of space up front, just like this hit now.
Yeah. Well, Jerd around the back on 4 in a row, does get put down. Have to admire the gusto of the attempt, though. Will be denied, largely. Just John left alive. He's only found his second kill so far. He hasn't been required to do too much, though, outside of sit under the hard point. I mean, yeah, he's been the first one on rotation. He's lost a couple of ones, but he's already got 32 seconds for the hard point time, just kind of enjoying his time so far. But New York fighting back. A good hold so far through 3. 33 seconds to play for. And as EastR set up their next attempt, Spart starting to spreak a little bit. Hamza going to take use of the damage that was found by his compatriot, and that'll be enough for New York to get essentially a full 60 here on the third hard point.
And Saints is already threatening the rotation as well. They're going to be back here just playing this bench. Jerd's going to be the first one down the staircase. See you later. Thanks for the respawn. Is blocking things out or trying their best. But Sib is over by the cutout wall, and they will actually force a spawn out. 2 players for EastR will actually spawn in bedroom, while Subliners Academy are still holding the P3 spawns. They'll spawn closer towards weights. Now, Saints will go down, keep in mind you, but they might not just have the strengthy setup, nor have the opportunity to be able to read entirely where these hits are coming from the middle of the map, but at least Gravity is inside jungle. Such a wise position to be able to hold as they look to lock Subliners out from this hill.
Good opening kills, at least to make sure the back stays safe. But now here comes the attempt from New York from largely the front. Outside of Saints, who wants to play through the open window, just force the focus of EastR to be in multitude of lanes. They pick it up, find the kills, now focus forward. Everything looking solid, even trying to slide forward as Jerd to clear the space. But as he's denied, EastR go back to try to bunkering up. Prolute caught off guard. Not going to find anything there. So now we essentially handshake 60s between the garage and the basketball hard point, and it puts EastR right back into the lead.
Yeah, it's a solid P4 setup. You're only going to get so many opportunities to be able to try to break all the way through, but once you're down to that final 15 seconds, that's when EastR, they push through Kitchen for the middle of the map, looking to threaten the rotation. That forces Subliners to spawn in, almost like a P2 spawn off the rip, if you will. And EastR, they just weren't prepared for it. So they're going to lose their initial setup through the middle of the map. Subliners Academy, I believe this is now, like 7 kills straight for them inside the kill feed. Well, actually, no, if I can do math, it's actually just 4. But regardless, they'll be there for the initial time of P5. The problem is I can't do math now, and you know this.
Yeah, same.
I try.
Here comes the hit attempt, though, for EastR. They are pinching from the open stairs and through pillars. John's first attempt is denied, but as the second part of the attack comes through, that finds success. Spart trying to pinch, but it's going to be shut down. Good awareness coming through from EastR, and that will lead to the back 25 seconds looking pretty positive for them. Although, look at the rotation here from New York. They're not going to give this up. 2 players are going to come through the open side of the stairs, the other 2 through Zig, so they want to fight for this scrap time, and this could be costly, because if you don't win this gunfight, not only do you miss out on scrap time, you're also going to be super late to the first hard point, which is exactly what's about to unfold. New York spawning all the way by basketball, EastR cutting off this rotation, but they do get punished. So as the old time ends and the new time starts, EastR still find themselves up 40 points.
In possession of P5, players closer towards Zig actually forces 2 players to sub on his academy to spawn inside a basketball court. 1 player still remains back there. It was Spart. John will flush them out, but you're right. You were late to at least P1, but the idea for subliners was to hit through P5, upset those spawns potentially, get through Kitchen, and be there for P1. Obviously, that high-risk, high-reward play comes up absolutely sour. The subliners are able to at least work their way via the driveway and red to contest P1 for the time being, but EastR still able to contest that favorable side of the map going in towards the rotation, and John is blocking inside as Zig finds the first.
Not just
Number
blocking,
9.
He's earning. Finds himself 9 in a row, earning both streaks. Even turning around, my goodness. John having himself a whale of a game since we talked about him just kind of hanging out. 15 and 11, 53 seconds with a hard point time, and EastR in a prime position as they're up to about 190 points. And New York, once more, as we get into the deep part of this second rotation of hard points, needs to find a way to battle back with their wall really closing in front of them. John on another couple, 3 in a row for him. Finessing, gonna find himself 4. My goodness. And that'll put Easter likely over the 200-point mark.
Oh, it absolutely will. I mean, Subliners are going to try to threaten this, but here's the big... Oh, Prolute just slams John like that inside of money. The trade's going to be there. It's just an impressive gunfight regardless. But, I mean, Subliners now still trying to whittle their way in. Spark for 2 out of money. Knows they got to look through the middle of the map. The pre-fire is only so good when you're sitting there at 18 HP. And the close spawns will guarantee that Easter will always be here first to threaten it, finding the kills galore as well. Subliners Academy, they don't want to give up this time at all, but they also got to focus towards rotation. It's Easter that's coming out on top of it. Sib with now another quick 2. They're already setting numbers are Easter towards that third hill, and it forces Saints to spawn in for 2.
Prolute, big role here. He's going to have to make sure that AC stays safe. He's the only one watching this rotation, so he's going to have to go huge here. Oh, and well, he's going to get hit. Wait, what? That looked like it fell behind him, and he stepped on it. And then it said, you're stuck now. It's like when it's a hot summer day and you step down a fresh pack of Bazooka Joe on the sidewalk or something. That is a reference that not many will get, I imagine.
That's such a specific reference. I feel like you did that.
I absolutely did, dude. We'll talk about that more later. But New York able to find themselves an entrance and a recovery of this third hard point, and with 30 seconds to fight for, maybe a chance to put together a comeback.
It's got to be all 30 seconds if you're at least hoping for that comeback. For Easter with his leader's advantage, again, they're just looking to zone away, but players are slipping through the net. Saints is through the middle of the map, and you also got Prolute on the back of the staircase, is able to find Jerd. That's going to force Easter out from a position where they thought they had the ante up on the situation. Spark can't give up all that time in the world. They know the players are going to be spotting out, but what a heads-up play for Subliners Academy and the timing to slip through the net.
Jerd mid-map going to get caught? No? Let's say he has got a nade out, but Spark couldn't finish the kill. Sib there for the help. So the first bit of time looking good for New York, but they're being pressured through kitchen. This should flip the spawns around a touch as well, and it will. So now Prolute. He's going to be forced to play forward as here come the streaks. Kills looking good. Jerd Gravity finding 2. Cruise Missile will miss, but Easter have the numbers to try to push on in from the back. Hamza not going to find anything. It's 3 members down. Saints only able to get a Semtex, and that very well could be the game. You will have Easter spawning up top. Artillery strike is going to be... Oh my goodness, this is going to hurt. Yep, there's 2 players who fall with it. No chance to touch. Easter will take down New York Subliners Academy in 4 maps. 250, 181 here.
What a great play from John. What a great closing in that previous set of hills, and then the discipline to be able to hold on to the streaks for that exact situation. The cruise missile, not the sexiest in the world. We're maybe hoping for a couple kills, but the communication was great, and the lockout of the strike was just so beautiful. But as one series comes to an end in Easter, someone might say surprising fashion, taking down Subliners Academy, we immediately shift our focus over towards LAG Academy, who just got a 100-point club by Fantastic Four on that raid hardpoint, find themselves now in a Moscow search.
And they got a little smoked.
Yeah.
But dead even, as you mentioned here in the Moscow. And for LAG Academy, again, them and New York both have to play 3 games today. And for LAG, the good news is your search and destroy yesterday was pretty good versus TMNT. 6-0 on this map and a 6-3 on the raid. They've been most shaky, I would say, overall in their hard point as of late. So as much as it hurts to get 100-point club, you just have to turn your attention forward, do better in the search and the control, which, well, with first blood here, they're looking good here in round number 9.
Our control of that A site entirely is LAG Academy. Exceed was under immediate pressure, so they weren't able to watch the entirety through cutout wall. It means that players will slip through the net. Fantastic Four, and they're going to drop the rock here in LAG Academy. They got to play for the retake.
Slack going to try to put some pressure over towards the street. I think he sees Exceed at range, so he'll know that's not an option. But LAG taking their time getting in. Slacked, gun up, not able to find a kill, but pushes back the initial attempt. Fire, that was outside by street. He falls to Exceed. So now Methods has to come through the middle of the map to make sure nobody's on the defuse. Finds one, but not a second. Exceed does get that elimination. Bomb still being defused. Slacked is not going to get here in time. And LAG Academy will very cleanly retake, find their 5th round, and put themselves on map point.
Yeah, and that slow, methodical retake of that site You got to be mostly looking at just methods to be a little bit more flexible. They had a lot of angles to be playing out, at least in a 3v4 retake. Towards Metro side was the force, at least, of the team kill exceed. Not the shots that they were necessarily looking for, but a retake was beautiful nevertheless. And again, for Fantastic Four, it was a great call to be able to rotate over towards that B site, but as far as post-plant coverage is concerned, they weren't necessarily all around the site and holding angles to where they could have gunned LAG Academy when they were rotating on in. But now up on map point, potential to close it out here and tie things up in the series. LAG Academy going to slow things up. The bomb carrier at least is Nero, just looking through that gold alleyway exceed. It's getting frisky, looking for any sort of information. Got to think that this might come down to a couple of jump peaks for Mental. How many players are they going to see over here?
Yeah, for real. Well, you see Mental waiting for his teammates to come through Eskies. I don't know if he sees Desi, but I think he still knows that Methods is over towards his left. And maybe looking for help, and help arrives. Exceed able to find one kill. Mental a couple of tags deep into the site. Nero moving forward. Does he see the foot? I mean, surely he should have. And he's just waiting for Exceed, who does not finish the kill. Nero on the pitch, though, finds one, grabs the second. Kills are good. 2v1 situation. It all rests on the shoulders of Fire. Recently put into challengers. Added onto this team in place of Dave, but cannot find elimination, and LAG tie up the series 6-4.
It's these slow, methodical pushes. Again, it was Mental that was on that jump peak. He's waiting to find information. You asked the question, were they going to read the first player over by the Brickheady and on the backside of the S&D itself? The answer, well, absolutely, that they ate a couple shots on that jump and was just waiting for the push through. The rest of LAG Academy, they pushed all the way almost outside of the office window, rather than saying, nobody here, nobody by Globe, nobody by the Russell Bus. That's fine. Let's go ahead and just run back up through escalators, nobody through Metro. Well, it's got to be an entire stack over towards the Z side. They do a great job with their Semtaxes and stuns, at least finding information, half stuns because attack mass or full flashes, regardless of what it may have been. That challenges that were coming all the way through. That is the synergy that you would expect out of this LAG Academy roster for at least 3 core players that have been playing together all Cold War season long.
Indeed. Well, hey, this is an interesting situation because the next matchup that we're planning on adding into the mix would be EastR playing up against LAG, but obviously that means that we have to get through this LAG game at the moment. UT Crew and Triumph are currently in match. Maybe we can have a chance to throw an observer into there. They're just through map number 1 so far. UT Crew able to take the checkmate hard point in that series, 250 to 201. So a close first match. That is to be sure. But for right now, the only thing we have available to look into is this LAG and Fantastic Four matchup, which means that we'll be waiting for them to get into map number 3, which will be a raid control. It's actually just a back and forth between raid and Moscow. So raid hardpoint, Moscow search, raid control, Moscow hardpoint, and then raid search overall. So we'll be jumping in with that matchup as they continue forward here in a moment. But for now, we'll send things just to a brief break and see maybe if we can sneak an observer into that Triumph and UT Crew game while it's going on mid-series. Stay tuned. We got a lot more to go through on the evening right here in the community stream after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into the continuation of Fantastic Four and LAG Academy. Map number 3, the swing map on Raid. After LAG Academy were put into a blender on the hard point, 250-91. They bounced back in a major way on the Moscow Search and Destroy, a 6-4 win there. But another tough task in front of them as Fantastic Four have really been playing darn well when it comes to their control in the last couple of days.
Yeah, they really have been. Again, they have been decisive as far as their attacks, and Mox has been lights out in Fantastic Four. On the opposite side of things, it's a lot of that creativity, at least through all of Respawns that you got to be aware of. Decimate has been, well, living up to their name. It's just been decimating a lot of the competitions, but at least yesterday in a matchup versus UT Crew was almost a non-benefactor all the way until the very end where they came to life, and one of which was on the control. That was played on Garrison, but can they show the same sort of execution here on Raid?
Well, Desi, he got a big day on Monday.
That's right.
He's looking to continue some of the hotness here, but shut down as Mox has also played very well since he's been put onto this LAG Academy roster, including moments like that. Nice little lockdown over towards the B zone, giving his teammates some space to work with, and now on 3 in a row. Method's using every last bullet available to try to find some kills, but those get taken down as Exceed up close, surprises him maybe just a touch. Desi trying to move forward, but is going to have to wait, and Health needs to really decide what they want to do here because you're splitting things up in a major way. 2 players down low by bedroom. The other 2 are going up towards driveway, and, well, that third tick of progress is looking like the juiciest piece of objective play that could possibly come through here for Fantastic Four, and, well, they will clear the middle of the map and then turn their attention over, but Mental already waiting in a corner, takes down 2, looking for more, shut down by Fire, so there is a chance for Fantastic Four to jump onto this zone, but Desi's pushing through. He's going to have to come back and help here because Nero is already on the way over, and as Exceed is able to make sure the middle of the map stays safe, this is a lot of trust that Fantastic Four win their ones over through A, and I think the fortunate bit of news is, yes, they will. And, well, the map is going through a bit of inception at the moment, but it'll at least be 60 seconds for Fantastic Four to play with.
Yeah, it will be. For them to at least move through open staircase. Fire's waiting for the go-ahead to try to push through kitchen and in towards money window. But G Academy, they got the power position. Slack says, nope, that's my bedroom. I pay rent here now. He's now looking to cover that one on out. Is only Exceed and Nero. They're able to at least find 2. Those kills are good enough to at least dissuade Fantastic Four from pushing forward a little further. They're only on a 7 life remaining right now. So 3 respawns to play with. So you have to think that this hit has to be the last one and it's got to count.
Well, so far, not a lot of success. 3 members stacked mid-map. Have to cleanly work their way through this. Semtex keeping Mental, at least from the grave, involved in the play. And as Nero takes down 2 through money window, that will likely be about it. At this point, it's just Fire trying to play for a couple of kills. He's going to have Desi looking over him. And, well, Fire trying to stretch into Tiki, but denied. LAG Academy can walk away with the first defensive round with about, 7 lives in their favor at the end.
7 lives in the favor, and also tick progression is what you're looking at to deny over towards that B zone as well. If there's one map out of the 3 pools, everybody knows it, but if you don't, Raid is the one map that you can string together offensive round wins more often than not. Of course, unfortunate to say that Fantastic Four couldn't capitalize on some opportunities that they had. We saw in the early goings of things, finding some great opening breakoffs, but LAG Academy we're doing a great job of recycling players through the middle of the map, working those flanks. One of those players is on your screen right now as Mental. 12 and 5 start for them. That's what you expect out of the young buck.
Opening Semtex flash combination for Mental reads information that Fantastic Four have played in the middle of the map. And it looks like Nero will be the one focusing to get onto B first, but this will be good for LAG. They should know that they need to pick up the pinch, and as they do, Exceed finds elimination. So now right onto the B zone. This should at least be 1 tick of progress, if not maybe more behind that, depending on how these kills go, as Fantastic Four are trying to retake. Fire up first, able to find 1, but traded. The only other player really in a position to do too much deterrence for Fantastic Four would have been slacked in the money window, but as he drops, 2nd tick of progress will be confirmed for LAG.
So many corners for Decimate to try to check. Is able to find Exceed in the corner. 1 player inside of Tiki. Another isolated gunfight, but caught on the mantle of the bar. Decimate will go down. And Mental, this is such a power position. Do not let the defense try to get that spot back. Fantastic Four are going to completely give up the B zone, which you would think is in a great spot for LAG Academy. They are up for live. Slack is going to get spawn killed as well. An opportunity to try to push through the back. Their biggest concern right now is Decimate is inside of Zig. And 1v1 versus Nero might just mean everything for the flank.
Oh, beautiful read from Mental. Earns himself the artillery strike. Now Exceed coming forward to help, and LAG finding the kills. The last defensive player alive is Methods. Mental just trying to keep his life. Mox there for some assistance. And look at Fantastic Four. Off their respawn in basketball. They want to take over the middle of the map, and they've gotten there cleanly. Slack for a couple of kills. Means that now Mental really can't just play for the cruise missile. He has to try to keep the flank safe, and he does find elimination. Looking for number 9, but turned aside as Methods finds the kill. And that will mean that the A zone for now stays safe, but I say for now selectively because LAG right back got a spawn and onto the A zone quickly.
But streaks were able to be earned. You gotta wonder when that might be called in. Not right now, that would not be an opportune time, given that you already have coverage of the A zone. Your biggest concern is the middle of the map, where Methods is currently located at. They find 2 kills from that power position. Exceed is trying to keep their life. The cross is covered by Mox. Very low HP. The middle of the map is still being covered. For Fantastic Four, Methods now on 3 straight are able to work their way back into the A zone, but the second tick was secured.
This is still doable, though, from Fantastic Four's POV. It's had to be pretty clean and make time become a bit more of an issue than your current lives are. But as Exceed finds one, Nero looking for his trade. Does get damaged up to come back away, and Mental will call in the cruise missile. Only finds 1 kill. Fire trying to get into the hard point. He will drop as Mental finds his 3rd in a row. And that could be enough. Mox is going to come forward. He finds 1. Exceed there for his trade. And I heard the groan of maybe not liking the cruise missile, but it just barely does enough to allow LG to get back onto the zone and capture.
It's just, again, it's dicey, right? You find 1 with the cruise missile, and it's the trust for the other 3 players to push towards ring and being able to clear out the middle of the map. I can't tell you how many times that I've seen Mental in that exact situation where they have a kill streak, they call it in. Most times it is early, and then LAG Academy, they get punished for it. That time around, they do call it in. It is to secure the offensive round win. You still have the artillery strike to play with, whether they still have the ping or not. At least have the mutual information to try to bomb the B or the A zone. Fantastic Four, this is now a big round for them. Everything going forward is big. A reverse sweep in the control. It is a battle on the swing map mode combo to go up 2-1 in the series.
And a little live look into UT Crew and Triumph. It is a 2-0 map count for the side of UT Crew after they took a 6-1 win on the Search and Destroy. They find themselves up 1-0 on the Raid Control. We'll jump into that one at the conclusion of this one, which may be sooner rather than later, as you've got Nero still existing on the A zone. Slack is really only responsible for watching Laundry, but he gets tagged up by the Semtex. So now here comes the exchange, and Mox victorious in it. Desi trying to take place of where his teammate just prior was. And as him and Methods will find eliminations, that should be the second tick of progress over towards A. And with that final kill from Desi, that will actually be the entirety of the A zone now captured and controlled by Fantastic Four.
Oh, big challenge from Methods. Gonna make sure the open staircase will be secured. Is also there to help out Slack. Clear out from Kitchen. And it's this position right here you want. But Slack, you're gonna get smacked in the back of the neck. Shot punch is gonna be good. Too many angles for Methods to be aware of. Fire trying to keep their life. Almost was able to get the retrain over towards Mox, but the trade will be there regardless. 1 minute 45 on the board here. LAG Academy, they don't have a player immediately inside a bedroom, but Exceed is doing a great job of just keeping their life.
Desi, you could tell he wants this kill. Not going to be allowed to. The help from afar, too good. Nero for 2, even getting Exceed's trade. And that might just seem like a marginal kind of engagement that happens, but it just allows LAG Academy to continue to win over by poolside, which means that off the respawn, they can continue to focus numbers here into the middle of the map. And, well, even exchanges so far, Fantastic Four, though, still the ones that need to make the proactive play, and it might have to be on number 2. Slack has worked his way all the way around through jungle.
Promise, what are you going to do in this position? You got a 74U.
Block
It's already
spawn.
a tough gunfight. You could block them, and Nero's going to... The information is there. Again, it's that trust through the middle of the map that Fantastic Four will be able to find the kills. It looks like they're not doing too shabby on just that. The challenge from the cutout wall. Slack is going to get dropped, and LAG Academy, they do a great job of just stabilizing block spawns and all.
Yeah, it's that position where Slack is sitting outside of jungle. That's not far enough forward to block basketball spawns. You have to be in money window or coming down the staircase to block those spawns. So maybe an opportunity to foil some easy setups from LAG, but it does not come true. Maybe he'll fix his mistakes as he's on the same route once more, and that will be enough. Now you've got Nero spawning out. Mental playing inside of Tiki, trying to keep his life, and he's going to have Exceed and Mox watching from top bedroom. This is a difficult approach for Fantastic Four, and you're seeing exactly why. Clock will stall. 10 plays up against 8. Mental for 1. Knows there's a second. The pre-fire was actually beautiful, but second guessed it, and as he does, Slacked wins the final gunfight, and now he can stop the clock and maybe even find a second tick of progress pending his teammates come through to help him.
It's just that pending their teammates are able to get through, but Exceed challenges back over towards Tiki. Only able to get themselves back in. Here comes the artillery strike. That is the last streak that was on the board. It finds nothing besides information, and the coverage is there. Exceed is going to be able to find one, but Fantastic Four is still working for that last tick.
4v3 situation now in favor of Fantastic Four. 3.2 seconds. Nero has to slide through and challenge. And as he does find the elimination. And still, the clock being stalled. You got to stay on it. There's a second player in the corner. And nobody was able to read him. So Fantastic Four hang on, and you saw where those 3 explosions came through off the artillery strike. Everything was being used on the point, but not in the one spot where Fantastic Four was. So the player on the zone stays alive, and because all of the artillery strikes were targeted on the zone itself, the reinforcements just ran right in.
Yep. Nothing to cut off the reinforcements. Nothing at all. It's already hard enough to find artillery strike kills on that point. Maybe over inside that very crouched corner underneath the cutout wall would be your one kill, but easier said than done. And nobody was there in open staircase to even try to threaten the cutoff. LAG Academy, they don't have resources left to play. Mental, still 28 and 17, 24 and 18 for Mox, but that's a defensive round win that you were just hoping that you were going to be able to win and close it out 3-0. But LAG Academy, they're back to their previous ways, just sending players strengthfully over towards the B zone.
Oh, Fantastic Four off to a great start. Nero keeps the play alive and secures a tick at B. It's actually massive. He can now swim away, and as he turns around, not going to get the better of Desi, and help is not there for the trade. So things starting to stabilize overall for Fantastic Four, but they do lose that one tick of progress on to B, and LAG still posturing, saying, we've already got 1 tick. Let's go for the second. Boasting with confidence to be sure, and they've made their way onto the zone. Second tick of progress on the way. Desi from behind, trying to play a flank, but off screen he falls. Fire up top in the money window. Really can't do too much from this position without assistance, and the only assistance he's getting is from Slacked, and they're going to chalk this completely. The stack is good, and LAG confirmed the B zone.
And that help was supposed to be decimated through that open staircase like you were talking about. They ended up getting cut down. Maybe you were hoping for some help coming through from the spiral staircase. That was never to be. So it was a very early B zone capture for all intents and purposes. It is not a life lead, but at least you have a lot of clock to play with your shift to where you can start zoning through the middle of the map, get some of these power positions away. Mox is the last player left alive from that push. They're still on 5 straight. Up at 29 and 19 as they look to play inside a kitchen and potentially find some opening kills. That way the rest of LAG Academy can work their way towards that A zone.
Meanwhile, over on the other stream focus, as we were able to jump into Triumph and UT crew, it's a 2-0 tally on the control and a 2-0 series count in the maps for UT crew. They are about to close things out. I know it says Fantastic Four, but that's UT crew. So a 3-0 in the control, a 3-0 in the series, and that should mean with that loss there from Triumph, that they will officially be relegated. So that's unfortunate situations for them. A number of close series that you thought maybe they could find themselves on top of, but just eluding them. And with that 3-0 loss there, I don't think there's an opportunity for anybody else to be in the bottom. I think that's pretty much guaranteed relegation for them.
It'd be a giant shot in the dark, but I would be right there.
I think everybody else has at least 3 kills, 3 wins besides TMNT already.
I'm already bad at math anyway. I'm not going to go to that page and try to do it live on this stream, but Fantastic Four versus LAG Academy. This is still an opportunity for Fantastic Four to send it to a round 5. It would be a reverse sweep. They already got at least the cruise missile out from Mox, who was fully streaked out, was trying to at least find the presence to get themselves over towards that A zone. It's Mental trying to make the play in towards the back. Is he able to find one that's on the methods? That means that the players through the middle of the map are able to work their way in, and you found Slack on the back. With 20 seconds remaining, the first tick of progress has been secured.
And you have to be careful if you're Fantastic Four, because with this double stack, the second one is going to be pretty imminent as well. I know that you want to play from behind, but you've got to do your best to clear the pressure onto the zone. And, well, there's the kills. You saw the artillery strike also being called. Second tick of progress is going to be locked in. The retake still yet to occur as up top. Mental was doing well to keep the play alive. But now Fantastic Four, a chance with numbers to retake and repossess the A zone with only 9 seconds on the clock. Exceed finds 2. Around the statue he goes, looking for the third fire, eluding him. Finds elimination, down to a 5v3 and 4 seconds to play. Mox now in, needs to find the kill. Over the top, not gonna grab it. And Fantastic Four stay alive in the map number 3 to get to a round 5.
Oh no. We've gone through 2 sets of streaks. 2 rounds in a row now for UT crew. I mean, I'm pretty sure, or for, excuse me, for Fantastic Four. But you almost have to think that LAG Academy, given off the early rounds, that they're probably looking at the defensive side. Would that even be favorable for them, given how some previous rounds have gone? Not having the streaks at least to rely on. Got to make sure that you can wipe that sweat off your brow. Potential for a reverse sweep in the control is there for Fantastic Four. Doing a great job at least finding their trades. Working for those openings for Desi and Slack to work their way in. This offensive push is going to open up for that A zone. They find the one on towards Mental. That's the pillars cleared out. They might be able to get some players on towards this A zone early.
Opening exchange still yet to be determined of who's going to walk away victors of this A zone. The first tick of progress has been locked in, though, for Fantastic Four. Desi wants to continue to stall the clock. His nearest teammates would be mid-map. And, well, the trades are decent and just good enough. Mental will fall. Second tick of progress sure to come, and that will have to be LAG Academy giving up the A zone in full. It's going to be 2 minutes and 15 seconds for Fantastic Four to work with to get onto the B zone and potentially take the map.
Fire's going to secure that last tick of progress. It's only a 1 life lead, but the most important part is that clock. What can Fantastic Four do with 2 minutes on the board? They're already doing a great job zoning away through the middle of the map. Mox is over on an island, thinking that some players might push through, but Fantastic Four, they're already trying to push through Kitchen, and he already got Slack forward inside of Tiki.
Slack is on 3 in a row. Wants more, and, well, the one more he wanted was Exceed. Jesse looking for his trade. Finds it, and able to grab one more beyond that. So now Kitchen controlled, at least for now, by Desi as he finds the last elimination. Lock that statement into play. Mox hiding in a corner, finds one. Able to get away and keep his life. That's actually pretty important, as now Fantastic Four are going to be a little bit pressured coming out of spawn. And as Methods was still hoping to play through mid-kitchen, he really can't continue to put pressure onto the B zone. So overall, everything's set back to neutral, and we're left with 90 seconds of the clock.
Yeah, nice little stabilization there from LAG Academy, at least getting Kitchen back in their control, dealing it with from basketball court side, and you saw Mox, of course, from open staircase. They immediately threatened the spawns. They didn't find an abundance of kills, but you're always having at least one rogue player for LAG Academy when they have the spacing to be able to do so. This time around, it's going to be narrow through the middle of the map. Methods knows that they have to have this angle covered, but they're just looking for rotationary kills. They already find Decimate. The double challenge will be there for the trade. With 1 minute on the board, is that enough advantage to work the way towards that B zone? Most would say no.
Including some of the players in the lobby, I think, right now. Mid-map control still in favor of LAG Academy. Slack trying to get to Tiki, denied by Mental. And the pressure is just all over the zone for LAG Academy. 11 now playing up against 8, favoring the defenders. Desi trying to make a long route happen with Slack. They will find trades, but still a lot of work to be done. 7v9. 25 seconds on the clock. Desi making his way forward. Going to have to push through this, and Mox is waiting for it. Sitting deep in the back crevices of the spawn. Finds one. The trades will be there. So now it should be LAG Academy spawning over towards Laundry, but there's not a lot of time for this play to happen. You've got to get onto the zone at some point in time, and as they do, it's Exceed from Tiki to shut the play down. Moving forward is Nero. He finds the next and what will eventually be the last one needed to lock in the defense. And LAG Academy bite back in the control, and they take the series lead 2-1 in the map count.
But it got scary. Really worrisome if you're an LAG Academy roster fan, right? I go through 2 sets of streaks. I think it got a total of maybe 2-3 kills in total of on top of gunplay alone. But I mean, that got hairy as far as streak usage and being able to capitalize on that as well. They're not always looking towards that round number 5 where streaks might be able to be put. I know that they want it there at the end, but you were probably going to be in a better spot maybe if you held at least 1 artillery strike or 1 cruise missile rather than always just trying to force your hand at winning the offensive round win. You already were up 2-0. That's fine. You don't have to force the streaks out of Mox, knowing that there's a potential for you to lose that round going forward. Just me being nitpicky, but a great spot for LAG Academy to be nevertheless versus a very strengthy team of Fantastic Four. A win here would set themselves in a great spot going forward on the day.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. But still work to be done. There's a Moscow hardpoint and a raid search and destroy still left to maybe determine what happens here in this series. For right now, we'll step away. We've got a couple more series that we need to start setting up as we get closer to the 8 o'clock hour. So we've got one more slot of matches after the conclusion of this LAG and Fantastic Four game. The next one that we're looking to get into would be LAG playing up against EastR and also UT Crew playing up against Built by Gamers. So with that said, we'll send things to a break, get ourselves kind of situated. We'll be back with map number 4 with LAG and Fantastic Four right after this.
Staring at the end, but I will not give in. I will fight until the end.
Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into map number 4. LAG Academy taking the round 5, and the raid control puts them up 2-1 in the series, and we find ourselves back onto Moscow. And, well, for LAG Academy, a strong start through this first hardpoint as they clear the pressure and start to generate a little bit of score.
Moscow hardpoint is a immediate comfort pick, at least through stage 3 for Fantastic Four. They're 3-1 overall, and, well, they've had some pretty close series on this map mode combo itself, but versus LAG Academy are hoping to at least pulling some of that slang that we saw, at least from mental and through that control, was absolutely lights out in the rounds that we ended up having, or the early goings on Moscow hardpoint. They have not played it through stage 3, but looking pretty good in understanding where the ones need to be going. On board with Nero, knows that there's potentially for a player over by the Boulevard. Given how the last scrap did go through, it's not going to challenge it. That's a big kill to find in PZ.
Really good stuff coming through. LAG clearing out the back, winning the hard points. The initial time looking good for them here. The Fantastic Four are starting to make a play as they move over through the apartment complex. Even trades thus far, and there has not been enough space cleared from Fantastic Four to block spawns either. So the first attempt largely unsuccessful. The second on the way, and as Slacked actually just walks through the middle of the map to get onto the hard point, he finds an elimination to break up the monotony of LAG scoring points, but only for about 5 to 10 seconds as they bounce back off their respawns and get right back onto the hill for what looked to be a pretty safe back 25 seconds.
Some of the biggest problems of LAG Academy yesterday during the hard point, it was mostly exemplified in most of their SMGs just not working well together. That is what you and I were mostly able to highlight when we were seeing their opening matches, and at least it's looking pretty good from this Moscow hardpoint thus far. It was a pretty good P2 hold. Given some isolated gunfights that were found, and LAG Academy already threatening it. They got 2 players over here by Library Mental looking to block things out. Potential to know that there's a player close. They won't fully check it, though.
Exceed from the front. Going to have to win a handful of kills. Does get the first. And all of this play from LAG Academy is actually going to have to wait largely for Nero to come around the back, in which he's probably going to be scouted out here by Desi, who's holding a corner. And yeah, that will indeed be the case. So a couple of exchanges overall, but in the end, it's Fantastic Four with a more solid setup, allowing them a look at really generating a free 30 seconds or so here early on the third hill.
Definitely love to be able to soak up this back 20. And while LAG Academy wise enough to say that they're going to actually give it up entirely, they're losing that 1 kill over by the alleyway. Just try to set up for new, get ARs in power positions, try to look for a couple of exit kills, but just as soon as the setup would want to be coming all the way through Fantastic Four, they send 3 players through the bank. Now they're just kind of trapped in here like rats, as LAG Academy are doing a great job of already zoning away inside of gold.
Slack moving around the corner, able to clear up some pressure through the bus, and, well, the clean kills in gold happen simultaneously. So Fantastic Four, you thought for a moment they were going to have a hard time breaking through this initial setup from LAG. That doesn't occur really whatsoever. So very clean on the break. Things looking very solid now for Fantastic Four to hold the power positions and watch LAG Academy try to reinforce. And, well, Mox is the only one to find a kill. So that will indeed be the case. And what was hopefully going to be really a hard point that LAG Academy could use to grow a lead has all of a sudden turned into the opposite as they find themselves down 20.
Yeah, and again, it was that setup. They were already reading the 3 players coming out from bank, but then it immediately turned into a pinch. 1 player from Fantastic Four through gold. They cleared out all of the office, and then you got Methods in that power position of that rusted bus. It's just so hard to be able to deal with an AR from that power position alone, just eating so many shots over by that doggy door. So then you just got to play for exits. Going in towards a second set of hills, it's going to be a solid 40-plus point lead for Fantastic Four, who are just slaying out entirely. I mean, Fire's at 10-7. This is probably the best that we have seen them on the day, apart from that reverse sweep last night. But LAG Academy, at least they're sharing the workload. All players just around the 7-kill margin, but somebody has to be the pop-off player for these breaks to really stick.
Nero from the statue, waiting to see if he can get some help from Mox, who's hitting a bit of a pinch on the back. Finds one, able to grab the second SMG in hand for the young man. And now Nero makes his play forward. He's going to likely try to double down, but no, Slack able to turn things around. So that will be an opportunity for LAG to still use their numbers to maintain the scrap time here on the first. That's going to be largely positive for their comeback efforts, at least early on here through this first hard point and the first rotation of hills. And then also with that, you got to keep in mind that they do still hold numbers over through the second hard point, but because that first hill is still active, they do not currently hold the spawns.
Yeah, Desi was also on the opposite side, closer towards that cutout wall. That's what's going to end up forcing the north to south spawns to occur. And even as the gunfights go south for LAG Academy, a great spot for Fantastic Four. North to south spawns closer towards the top escalators are LAG Academy. Here come Fantastic Four on the way in. They still have the numbers, the crossfire, Semtexes, and everything galore. Fantastic for the break into P2.
Looking good so far. 35 seconds to play for LAG, looking like they want to go for this. It's a forward setup for Fantastic Four. Slack not going to find a single kill. So now it's just down to Methods and Fire to lock things up. But as Methods falls, Fire at... Whoa, wait, actually, Fantastic Four spawned in. Surprising to be sure, as all 4 LAG members were right down Main Street. But even still with that, Fantastic Four sticking on the spawns and... Well, that's interesting.
Huh.
Okay.
But okay. I mean, a player lagging out maybe, but I don't even know. All I can tell you is that I'm just I'm still shook from the spawns not coming. I had to have been like milliseconds close to the spawn out coming through, but yeah, not too sure what ended up happening there. I'm sure Shift is probably typing away trying to figure out what the heck is going on for this lobby, but even still, that was a scary spot to be in. Again, Hardpoint has been LAG's mainstay, at least in my opinion, as far as executes are concerned. We saw that actually when we first saw the instance of their elite. You and I did Shift with Mox in towards the mix. The SMG duo, both Nero and Mental, well, they were going absolutely off to join the likes of Mox, who was continuously double positive. But Fantastic Four, they seem to find a way to not only just double challenge, but triple challenge at certain instances of time through very powerful positions and bottlenecking chokes, which is why they were able to find breaks for the setups that LAG Academy were hoping were strengthened ones.
Well, some things to a break. Tons of scheduling things just changed last minute on us, so we got to figure out what's exactly not just happening with this match, but also what's happening after this match. So bear with us. We'll hopefully be into the restart of this lobby with some clarification as soon as possible. We'll be back after this. Don't go too far.
In a dark place, I try to see straight, but it's all a blur. I just want to see your face, but I'm shivering, looking for a kerosene cure. I heard my fortune ride from a fire lit by the dead. I saw the start of the end, and it whispered, let's burn it down, down. There's no way out. I can reach you like a matchbook speed, and we can't slow down. 'Cause I need this now. In all my dreams, you're screaming, burn it down. Burn it down. I wanna breathe like I'm brand new. Why can't I feel like I'm supposed to? Don't you feel the pressure? I do. Tell me this will end soon. My mind's running away, a mile a minute, can't shake it off. A free fall, I'd give anything to make it stop. How can I be an optimist when all this feels infinite? When the darkness finds me, all this feels infinite. And the brain is blinded. All this feels infinite. It's infinite. Infinite. It's infinite. I gotta find some way to relate it to a lot so I can see straight erase every lie and have to anything I have to. My mind's running away, a mile a minute, can't shake it off. 6 feet down, buried in my own thoughts. How can I be an optimist when all this feels infinite? When the darkness finds me, all this feels infinite. And the brain is blinded. All this feels infinite. It's infinite. Infinite. It's infinite. When the darkness finds me, then I'll follow blindly. How can I keep it together when all this feels infinite? It's infinite. Infinite. It's infinite. It's infinite. Tell me a lie to keep me in line. You swear it's a sign, but it's the torture to rise. Uncover your eyes, see what's outside. Eventually we'll find the time. And what if I believe you? Or what if and what if I could see you? Like I saw you the whole time. Go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you like. I'm not your savior, so far away. Blinded by anger, you forgot who to blame. I'll never be your lighthouse in the dust. If I had my way, I'd guide you to the rocks. Go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you like. Poison my mind. You'll never be satisfied. Blame the divine. Eventually they'll find the time. And what if I believe you? Or what if I believe you? What if go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you suppose I ignored every warning, stepped unhealthily close to the edge. Oh, but I can't recall when I started to hate all the things that used to give me bliss. Can you please say tonight? 'Cause I'm sure
Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into the Moscow hard point after an unfortunate lag-out situation. We're back in with what looks to be a fresh restart coming into play. And, well, and it's, you know, interesting news because the game was pretty darn close, very back and forth affair, but put that in the back of your minds because we have to essentially go into this one completely fresh and new out.
It was the break potential for Fantastic Four that really started to shift the lead before we ended up getting a entire reset of the lobby. But LAG Academy, maybe they might be able to atone from some of their previous mistakes, but going in towards a fresh map, as they're trying to zone away hill number 1, but unsuccessful as far as breaking in towards P number 2. This is the time now, with 10 seconds remaining inside P1, finding those opening 2 kills, that LAG Academy can push forward.
It's an interesting time as, again, the hard point at P1 will expire just as the second one opens up. That's exactly what I was waiting on, was to see where Desi spawns, and he comes right inside of police. So the pressure from LAG Academy established, but not good enough to block spawns initially. So the break will still be required. Slack trying to reinforce from lobby, finds one, not a second, as Exceed is able to grab the trade, but he needs to keep his life, and with that, Fantastic Four will once more retain possession of the second hard point.
Still trying to knock at the Boulevard door, and it's going to be player number 6 of Nero, but still unsuccessful through the front. Inside the BS&D apartment building is Mental. Method's doing a great job of that main AR role, just locking down PD. We're just down to scrap time, where LG Academy just 100% going to chalk the rest of this. They're going to look for that rotation over towards New. Desi's going to try to threaten it early, gets caught mid-reload, though.
So now we look towards the rotation. Looks like the scrap time will be conceded by LAG. The only player that really could have contested that would have been Exceed, but he's on the long route, and Methods is the one responsible for watching this. Turns his back to him for a second, thinking that there might be an opportunity for Slack to pick up on it, but Exceed has slipped the net, at least largely. So LAG, they actually win this rotation, surprisingly. You know, as Fantastic Four had positions in the back of the map, but now that they start to collapse and move forward, the kills will be clean, and Fantastic Four will change the tide once more.
The timely break, right? You find that one kill from Fire inside of Gold across the inside of Bars, what it looked like from the mini-map alone, but LAG Academy, again, on their back foot, just trying to work their way back into some very powerful spawns Fantastic Four are holding currently. One last player is going to come through L, and the backside of Library is Nero. How long can they keep their life and cause a ruckus as reinforcements come through the front?
Well, Fire is in a really great position. He'll just move forward while Slack tries to zone off the hit from Escalators. He's unsuccessful, but Fire starting to get the shot online. Not able to find the second as he swaps over to the SMG. So LAG Academy, in the back 10 seconds or so, have a chance to contest and maybe even win some of the scrap time. That'll keep us to an 11-point game. But back over to the fourth hard point. Method zoning forward through bus stop, and Desi onto the point itself. I mean, that Fantastic Four have some early favor here on the fourth hill, but the problem is no one's going to expect Mental from behind. He will find one, and then from the front, the rest of the Guerrillas will push through, allowing them a chance to break up this fourth hard point to start.
And just look at the spread, too. Have everything covered. Mental's going to go down inside of Banks. 2 players now for Fantastic Four going to try to flood on out, but this is a stark difference from at least the first time that we played inside of Moscow Hardpoint between these two teams. Fantastic Four, they did a great job of sending 3 players through Bank, and they got Methods inside that bus to really zone away the Boulevard side, but LAG Academy, once they had the spacing provided for them, they just continue to press on forward, not allowing Fantastic Four to get set up in the alleyway nor the bank. So inside a second set, we will go just in about 10 seconds. It's a very small lead that LAG Academy are currently holding over towards their adversaries, Fantastic Four, but Slack at 11-6 is making a certain amount of difference when we're talking about rotations.
Yeah, scrappy game so far, but Fantastic Four really not able to find too much time whatsoever on that fourth hill. Looking to get them set up for not only the Metro hardpoint, but as Desi was considering the right side of the minimap, they were also looking to win the rotation early for P2. That will be denied. Methods, though, moving forward, finds 2. Looking for maybe even more than that, but the Los Angeles Guerrillas going to wait, get themselves set up. They are spawning where they want to on the right side of the map, so it just comes down to how much pressure do you want to commit to trying to break this hill versus trying to retain contention?
You still have so much time, though. Just about 20 seconds left inside of this hill, and that's enough time for Fantastic Four to try to fish out a couple of kills and get on the opposite side of that hard point. You see what exactly that does. Full possession of the hill over on the east side of the map. That's past the 50-yard line. The LAG Academy are actually going to have numbers that spawn out. They don't read it fully, but Fantastic Four, they've broken inside of P2. One player has caused a spawn out as well, but the spacing for Fantastic Four is beautiful. Nice stick from Decimate zoning away apartments.
97-97 deadlock tie, but as you just suggested, Fantastic Four will win this rotation to the bottom side of police. Desi on 3 in a row, caught in a pretty terrible spot, will fall. Methods and Fire trying to help out. They will find a kill each, but Exceed will survive and then turn around to find Slack. Now the hit from the front. Mox trying to push forward. He'll be denied by Methods as the spawns stay good for Fantastic Four. But they need to still push forward and contain this LAG push, and even trades so far will leave us with essentially a 1v2, and Nero winning it with the pistol will mean that LAG Academy will get the break, and with that also likely the back 25 seconds of scrap.
And you look from top to bottom, right? Again, 14-8 for Methods, 14-11 for Slack. You would think that this would be a pretty healthy lead for Fantastic Four when you got two players that are doing a good job at slaying out, especially comparatively to the LAG Academy roster and their stat lines. But the biggest difference, Shift, is when they're hitting it with numbers, they also reinforce with numbers rather than having zoning players like Slack going on their own personal tangent or a tear, trying to lock down a flank. Those are opportunities that LAG Academy are able to snuff out and then continue to press on forward. Might just be able to find that opportunity again going in towards P number 3, but this time around, Fantastic Four, they are turtled heavily over by Library.
Oh, Exceed needed one more bullet to take care of Methods, and that could have been exactly what the Gorillas needed to work their way around the back. But Mental from the front finds one. Exceed there eventually to grab the trade from behind. That will block spawns. Nobody will win them yet. It's just being blocked fully. So both teams technically spawning out, but LAG Academy will have the numbers first, pending that they can take care of Desi swiftly, which is pretty difficult to do, but expeditiously he will fall. Exceed now turning, gonna find some good shots on to Fire. One more down low as Methods also ready for that one. 5 in a row for Exceed. Sees Slack's shoulder as he tries to play it through Eskies. That will be number 6. And now Exceed just a kill or two off from finding himself streaked.
There's that heat up moment right there. LAG Academy and what they're going to be able to do with it as well. Be able to lock down these streaks going in towards P number 4, very open hill, but even looking towards the future, the break in towards P2 and holding it as well. There's number 7, Artillery Strike has been earned for Exceed. Can they find number 8? Would love for a teammate to bait for them as well. Decimate will go down, not by Exceed's hands. Cruise Missile now earned from the challenge. One more player in the back will be Slack. And Fantastic Four are going to be looking from the break from the back as Fire finds 2. Will be successful in just that.
It's another situation, though. We get to this 4th hard point, and you think about looking at the setup from LAG and sit there and say, Fantastic Four are going to have a hard time breaking this, but they do it on their first attempt. Artillery Strike will be committed here, not the end of the world, as you still have the cruise missile, and with that, there will be at least a breakup and neutralization of the hard point itself. Mental coming from outside the window, able to find one. Semtex will trade from Methods POV, but Exceed is there to do the same thing in kind at long range. Now up to Fire. He's trying to keep the play alive forward, but it's not just going to have to be alive forward onto this hard point. They're going to do more than that, as there's only 5 seconds to fight for here on the 4th.
Using your Artillery Strike earlier, like I said, you still have the cruise missile in your back pocket, so you better hope with that resource in tow that not only going to be able to hold on towards the P2 spawns, but at least you holding that ace in your back pocket. Fantastic Four have that strengthy setup going in towards P3 again. In towards P1 for a 3rd time around. Always got to note the game clock. It's just about tied up between these two teams with just under 2 minutes on the game clock alone. Fantastic Four keeping it scrappy, are going to force all of LAG Academy to spawn out over by P4.
The next 45 seconds are going to be an incredible indicator of how this game may go. Fantastic Four currently in a steep position right around the first hard point. But if they do not win this, it just comes down to can they actually hold over towards the second. But Fire, Desi, Methods, all 4 players will fall. Over 180 goes Fantastic Four, and you can see they're sitting there saying whatever happens in this 10 seconds on the old time is really insignificant. It's all about what happens on rotation. But Los Angeles Gorillas Academy have made their way through the street. Desi, we'll see one. That's 4 in a row for him. Cruise missiles being called in. That's actually good for Exceed to find one. They also know Methods is trying to hide in a corner. They'll find him as well. LAG have blocked the spawns, and now a chance to fight for the second hill.
And that was a great cruise missile. That's exactly what it comes down to. That's why we highlighted it. Use the Artillery Strike on the previous of 4. Use the cruise missile to break in towards 2. This forces Fantastic Four to try to break in. They don't want LAG Academy to get all that 40 seconds because that means they're over 200 points. The challenge out from corner will be at least good for a couple of trades, but Nero will stand strong. LAG Academy with the close spawns will be able to reinforce this scrap time. Fantastic Four are basically forced to maybe throw 1 or 2 more lives at this hill shift, but the rotation needs to be locked down.
Pandemonium has been kind of the storyline of the day. Just got a message from one of the admins that Fantastic Four do have a 50-point advantage. So now LAG Academy, they actually have to go back to this hard point because that right there should be the game, and it is.
Yeah, it's the game, yeah.
So one player just kind of holds their life stays incognito, and then just walks onto the scrap time knowing that LAG have given it up and playing for the rotation instead.
So I guess, what was that? Technically 250 to 192 there at the end?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Dang, that actually changes the entire complexion of that entire match for that break.
It
for
really
P2.
does.
I'm gonna go back and recast that in my. I'm by myself, just me and my cat as a co-caster. I'm sorry, Shift. But now as we quickly shift our focus over towards Triumph versus Subliners Academy, Subliners Academy, where they were able to take that first hard point, 250 to 181, but different looks as far as the Search and Destroy is concerned. One named Royalty is 7-4 now on 3 straight. An offensive round for Triumph. Looks like that they want a push over towards the beach side. Well, imagine a couple shots might have gotten traded out, at least from, was that General versus Hamza, but can't really move too far, and we're down to 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. This is I mean, at this point in time, Triumph, they're sitting currently at 1-5 in the standings. There's no chance for them to get out of relegation, as everybody above them, well, at least 6 teams above them have 3 wins, but they can impact the standings in another way here. If they can find a way to take down Subliners Academy, that would slip Subliners from what is now 3rd place, potentially down in towards the bottom 4. And that's a surprising statement to say out loud, considering the history that this NYSL Academy roster has faced in the first 3 stages thus far. Hamza able to find Royalty immediately after the post plant. Mayhem also tagged, but no elimination will be there. Saint, meanwhile, making a ruckus in the middle of the map, has found himself a couple of kills before being traded, but the problem still remains that this A-bomb needs to be defused.
Yeah, and you're down 25 seconds to try to find these 2 kills across the beach side. General just finessing over by the party boat, has Hamza down lane as well. You're just trapped. You're just trapped. What are you going to try to do? There's Spart trying to clear out the back part of the boat. They'll be dropped. There's just not enough time to be able to fish out these last 2 kills. And yeah, Hamza knows you got to play over by Curve. Was able to find the one on the General by the boat, but just not enough. What a great exhaustion of the clock there from Triumph. Off of a very slow, methodical push. Keep in mind, it started off with 2 players poking towards Garage. They kept a lot of players trapped over there, and then they slowly worked their way with the bomb past the hotel, through the beach. It was slow. It was methodical. That was a beautiful round offensive here on Miami Search from Triumph.
And it really just comes down to the fact that Hamza didn't get the kill half a second earlier. Because if he stops that bomb from being planted, the dynamic of that round is completely different. But Triumph pull off and execute just the nick of time. And so now they find themselves on map point. The opening map was a 250 to 181 on Garrison in favor of the New York Subliners Academy. So they're up 1-0 in the series. But some work to do here on the Search, a mode that they've been largely pretty darn good at throughout this stage. First blood, not going to be confirmed off this opening engagement. Mayhem tagged down low. Semtex was a bit wide, so he can reposition. And boy, this reposition is beautiful. He's going to get a little bit of help from General, but you thought that maybe him changing from the wall to the courtyard was going to be enough for a trade. That does not actually occur. So now Subliners find themselves a 3v2, and it's on to Exotic and Royalty, who have moved over from the B-bomb site to lock things down on this beachfront approach.
And Royalty is double down, right? You got to look through the middle map just in case any rotations are there. Not going to be there immediately for the trade onto Exotic. So now Royalty inside of the visitors building might just go ahead and just challenge this immediately. They'll do that. They'll stop the bomb from being planted, but they can't get away with their life. So a big round out of Subliners Academy. They're just playing it slow, playing for the information. After that first blood was found, it just came down to this push from across the beach. Just try to whittle down from the players, try to find out where their information is at. Then you also had Spart, who was up in that hotel balcony, just watching the entirety of the streets of Miami, keeping it safe.
So that's one of what will need to be 4 in a row for the Subliners Academy. And Triumph, this offensive look, a 3-1 split. It'll be Jordan playing over towards the A side of the map. The other 3 very quickly playing down mid-map. Prolude, oh, he throws a shoulder. If he just commits to that, maybe he goes 1 for 1, but he checks the information first. That's enough for Exotic to find the kill. I don't know if Exotic actually did see Hamza on the cross through the A site or not, but it might not make a difference because General's watching a similar angle, which means that Saints is going to be in a 1v question mark situation around the B site from this top piano position.
Yeah, Saints actually puts themselves all the way in top purple on that back balcony. Throws some shots over towards Mayhem, so that's their positioning. General will be found out over by Curve, and with Saints going down, that leaves poor Hamza in a 1v3.
Not going to be able to get the first nor second. Don't even talk about the third. 6-3 will be the tally there for Triumph, so they square things back up here in this series. A 1-1 map count overall. And, well, LAG Fantastic Four should be going into map 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So we're still going to be waiting on that one. And then again, you know, we're just kind of going as matches are kind of thrown our direction. As soon as LAG and Fantastic Four finish, LAG will be playing up against EastR, and then Fantastic Four will be playing up against TMNT. That's actually the final matchup, I think, for both of those teams, with some pretty serious implications. I mean, TMNT right now is at 2-4. They need to get a third. They need to win. They need to beat Fantastic Four to force tiebreaker situations that could potentially get them out of relegation. And specifically speaking to that matchup, let's just throw out that Built by Gamers win their matchup on the mainstream right now versus UT Crew.
Okay.
If there is a tie between TMNT and Fantastic Four at 3-4, you've already got your head-to-head decider already in play. So a lot of good things can happen here for TMNT, pending they win that matchup coming up later versus Fantastic Four. We're going to be swapping our position and our lens over towards Triumph and NYSL Academy. They're loading on in for a Garrison control. Again, a 1-1 map count between these two, so a big swing map right here. And honestly speaking, you know, New York Subliners Academy will probably be safe from the relegation conversation. That's not a guarantee, by the way, if they lose a Triumph here. They still have to play one more match at the end of the evening. That's versus LAG Academy. So the long and short of the story right now for a lot of these teams is you just got to win your matches.
Just win your matches. Forehead, you hit your shots there. I need an entire playbook from you by the end of the Cold War season of just the forehead statements. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just that. Just to be able to win it out. And we already said it, at least from a team of BBG's caliber, they got to win out. They're looking pretty good to be able to do just that, put themselves in a better spot. Who's to say that Triumph can't be that team? Even find a couple wins on the day. Again, you already noted that this win right here, obviously they won't be unrelegated shift, but to play the upset versus some top teams, you know that's going to be frustrating going in towards the knockout of the playoff bracket, but in towards Control Garrison, the opening breakoff conversation is all the more potent on this one, especially with all the nooks and crannies you got to worry about. Subliners Academy, they win the first and they put their subs really close to the spawn to Triumph.
Already time becoming a problem. Underneath 23 seconds on the clock. Subliners all over the front line of Triumph. That provides a very sticky situation, one that would cost you an extreme amount of lives if you're not careful. Royalty going to try to move forward. Exotic also playing with him. Only a couple of tags. And as General finds elimination, maybe a chance to jump onto the zone, but Pro Loot will stop that in effect. And as there are 5 kills in a row for Saints, he will actually pick up a 6th with the Semtex. So now potential streaks in the cards early for NYSL Academy. Not great news if you're Triumph off that first offense.
No, it's not. And that's what's so damning if you are starting off Garrison Control on the offensive side, right? Especially against a very Augusto-based team that is this NYSL Academy. I was talking about it at the beginning of the day, and I'll brushy highlight it here again, especially with Hamza coming into the mix. Who's that let loose more than anybody? That's actually smart. So Prolude is able to come back to play more of that OBG lifestyle. And then Hamza's able to sit back to commune with Spart, who's also able to get aggressive with Saints. Like you noted, Saints now on 6 straight, the potential to find one more for the artillery, but you can bait them out for even more than that.
A lot of things could come through here in the near future. But for now, the focus stays with Saints. Onto the zone, just to see if maybe he can bait out a rotation from these Triumph members to find this 7th kill. It's still eluding him. And Triumph members are finding kills across the map, but none of them are coming Saints' direction until finally Exotic puts himself into the play. Mayhem trying to play from the flank, not going to find anything. Saints finds number 8 and number 9, doubling up through lights. That'll be a first tick of progress, and likely beyond that, the zone, as you see Triumph rotating off spawn, want to make sure they get some sort of a defensive setup over towards A.
Oh, we've been able to see what early shrieks are able to do for an offensive round win. When you're able to shriek and call, you're able to then work your way from catwalk over towards A. Prolute has some players in front of him. Actually, G slides out as royalty. They'll be traded on out, but this is a great gunfight to win if you are trying. Do not allow them to string together the zones, given the kill streaks that were earned by Saints, who's still alive, by the way. They're on kill number 10. This is their second life within the game mode. You're on Garrison Control, and reinforcements have arrived.
Now trying to lock down the long lane. If there were to be a call for streaks, you would think it'd be sooner rather than later. Mayhem has slipped through tools. He's number 2 on your minimap. He could blow up this play from behind. Well, doesn't even need to. His teammates from the front will win the large majority of battles. Only player to survive this is Spart. He'll be chased down and deleted. So Mayhem on 3. And New York now have to fight their way out of spawn. So just when you thought things were looking really disastrous for Triumph, they regain, grow some defensive legs, and use them to run, and Royalty nearly doubles up in miraculous fashion onto Spart, but denied the double. That will lead to a 16-16 life count, and New York once more back on the offensive approach day.
It's just a smart control coming out from Triumph, but now the opportunity again presents itself for Subliners Academy. They have the positionings forward. Here comes the cruise missile. Takes down a teammate. A wave the Jedi mind trick. That's not the cruise missile you're looking for.
It's not great news. That completely stalls the entire push for NYSL Academy. General trying to peek into green. Punished. Royalty trading. And New York not even attempting to play around the flank or even through the middle of the map at all. Everything is just coming over towards top green at the moment. So an interesting setup, and that's largely why. It's just choke point after choke point, and as soon as the streaks were called, Triumph actually contested top green. So the only player to survive this, for the offensive standpoint, is Prolute. He's a little bit stuck at the moment. Mayhem up top finding one. Help is arriving from Triumph members. Royalty able to find one more. Prolute by himself can do nothing. And now we get to a 9v8. Saints from behind also turned around, and 25 seconds will come and go on the clock.
One last attempt. Hamza's at least going to find one. It's inside of top green, but are you really realistically going to be going in towards that A zone and trying to capture it? As you take a look at the picture-in-picture, map 5 has started in between Fantastic Four and LAG Academy. They're going through round number 3, Mental left alive in a 1v4, so Fantastic Four are going to be able to put themselves on the board, much like Triumph in this control, as another healthy kill feed goes their way. And you go back and you start scratching your head at Saints calling in those streaks and timely for the setup. Again, it's a bold play. It is the right call, but the setup was not necessarily there. You talked about with the artillery strike for one shift, how the only player that was left alive was Prolute. They tried to G-slide over towards the zone, but Triumph obviously not having the block spawns. They'll spawn in the top left corner of the mini-map, so they'll be able to get there pretty darn quickly. One of which Jordan General was inside of bricks already contesting the zone. You need players inside of green and over by the shipment square when those kill streaks start to come through, and hope you don't take one of your teammates down to already contest the zone and while trying to work for those spawn kills, blocking them out, setting them to the bottom left. It doesn't happen. Triumph go defense for defense.
All right. But you have to keep in mind, New York very successful onto this B zone means that they have an offensive advantage when it comes to progress found so far on these control zones. Royalty finding first blood. Triumph putting pressure on both zones at the same time. So what this largely means is that you got to win your ones. Hamza's about to be flanked. He should fall. And how about this? Triumph just continue now to reinforce the A zone as they've found some success to get the first tick of progress.
And again, if you can take the A zone early, that is obviously the harder zone to take. But Prolute quick challenge is going to find one. That's on the top box. Where Mayhem's located at, that's that new contest spot. Such a nuisance for an AR to be at, but Saints from behind finds one. They're going to blow it up. Spark from the front as well. It's just one last player left alive on the zone.
Oh,
that'll be that.
Literally a fraction of a tick away from being able to confirm the late retake from Saints. Hamza just good enough to contest and deny and also deplete. And that's kind of the problem, you know, when you start to hard focus over towards A and you leave nobody over towards B or top bridge, that flank from Saints is free. But now as Triumph once more out of respawn, make their way over towards the B zone, they'll find not just 2 ticks of progress this time. The stack was significant enough to actually get them a full capture. And as Saints get stuck off spawn, that means now there's a potential for Triumph to actually work through the middle of the map and try to pinch up this A zone for free, since NYSL really have no defensive members forward.
Royalty might have gotten scouted out past Shipment Square. Is going to have the 1v1 versus Prolute. We'll find it. Will be traded on out. Would have been a big kill to be able to find versus Saints. But Exotic can't find the shots necessary. So a little bit of a breath of fresh air if you're a fan of Subliners Academy that Triumph can't string together from Cobble and top green. 1 minute 30 left on the board, and lives are knotted up at 18 apiece, but it's just that tick of progress that is needed over by A. So Subliners Academy, they cannot get aggressive here. They can't send players towards the spawns. They just have to turtle up and wait for them to come to Subliners' territory.
Exotic, a little bit of a weird situation. Was trying to swap weapons to add an extra AR into his back pocket, but the pistol would do the trick only for a time. 13 playing 16, and this last tick of progress at A is looking really tricky to grab. Royalty needed to open up some space, but there's good team shots through the middle of the map for subliners. 4 in a row now all of a sudden for Spart, who could find a 5th here, sure will. And if he turns and finds 6, now you throw the conversation of streaks back into the mix. Has eluded Royalty on the way forward. 1v1, spam shots not going to be there, and Royalty will punish. He should be traded out here somehow. That Semtex actually does not connect, so hold the phone. Triumph through green. Now an opportunity to try to reinforce. Even exchanges so far. Pinstripe into the kill feed, but Mayhem on the zone. Nobody can find him. And Triumph will lock in our first successful offense, taking a lead 2-1.
I too am baffled at how that Semtex did not find that kill, but
Didn't even find any damage.
yeah, I mean, there's a way, right? You can LOS the Semtex from the explosion, and kind of escape some of the shrapnel if you crouch on the backside of that tac sat. But even still, that was a great attack for that last tick of progress, right? You send players through the cobble. That ends up shifting the focus for Subliners Academy to look at that immediate direction. 2 players off the respawn, hop up in top green. Your immediate challenge from that angle for Subliners Academy you saw was from that ramp side, but you could be immediately traded out from that push that was successful again through Cobble. The Triumph again, they pinch when it was necessary. They find the timing plus the kills. An offensive round win, which is very hard to do. They're able to walk away with it. And in Subliners Academy, again, very hard to do. They were unable to do it with Streak from the last time. Now they're going to have to go into this offense, a much needed for them if they want to win this control.
Yeah, but even with the streaks being used, they really didn't create the opportunities for them to find the success that they did have on offense. So maybe a chance still to replicate. Even kills so far. Slight advantage for New York, though, just by 2 lives. Exotic has slipped through the backside of these tank pits. And he's going to see this play, take his time. There's one, not the second. Nice little response from Spart, and that will mean that New York will have a really good look at the second tick of progress at B, if not the entirety of the zone.
And Spart's got to be there to be able to soak up the rest of it. The problem is that the rest of their teammates are getting smoked off the respawn through the middle of the map. Spart tries to come back to help out Prolute, who already lost their life. The second tick of progress will be confirmed over by B, but look at the way that Triumph, with such a gusto, they found themselves a couple of kills, and now they're just flying in towards the suspended tank in all of that area. Mayhem is finessing their life. They have help there from Royalty. Clean kill feed after another. We're down to 38 seconds.
Yeah, looking really solid right now for Triumph moving forward, but kills are still okay for New York. They have to get through Royalty, and he does get stun checked, so there should be some knowledge that he is at least close towards the screen. Well, Spart will check. Not going to win the gunfight. The trades are there, though. Exotic still persisting in the middle of the map. Will back up to friendlier confines. Mayhem just above him in top green. Time becoming an issue. 13 seconds on the clock. New York trying to confirm this last tick of progress at B. Prolute recognizing he's being contested, backs up, tries to take the fight on the second attempt, but denied. Mayhem finds the final kill, and Triumph will take the swing map 3-1. And with that, go up into the series, a chance to really spoil the rest of this group stage for New York.
And again, it's just that, Triumph obviously being relegated to play upset. This puts a lot of question marks around a team like Subliners Academy. Again, you would think would be the top dog of the entire North America region. They lost to EastR today. Now the potential to lose to Triumph, that would not feel good going in towards the knockout bracket. But as one series is about to be put on hold, we got to watch the conclusion of another, swiftly shifting our focus to Fantastic Four and LAG Academy. Map number 5 shift. Fantastic Four with a slight lead. Desi is on one, it seems. They are +5, 8-3 for them. And when Desi's on one, Fantastic Four might as well always be in a good spot.
Yeah, Desi's been my shining star of this Fantastic Four roster through this group
sure.
stage so far. Again, they're not safe from relegation either. There's a very pivotal matchup that they would have to finish the day on when it comes to playing up against TMNT, but a win here would make them pretty much a guarantee to get through that relegation period. Desi methods, finding a couple of kills after the first blood was good for LAG. Defuse still required, and the post-plant situation for Mox and Mental will be in favor of the bedroom setup, but Desi moving quickly, not going to be able to get the jump on a Mental. So now it's just down to slack nowhere for him to go. So even against the more formidable numbers, the post-plant setup for LAG Academy tried, true, tested, and successful for them to tie the series.
There's a lot of T-words that you said there in sequence of one another. I'm baffled. But still, when it comes down to at least trying to whittle out The middle of the map was already being heavily contested. It just comes down to the ARs being in spots, what you just saw from Mox's perspective. Moving themselves up to 5 and 5 and tying things up 4 apiece. What's the offensive round going to look like for Fantastic Four? I can only imagine it's probably going to come through with an abundance of the middle of the map. That has been their nature when it comes down to this map across all game modes.
LAG, 3-man stack. Over initially towards B, but not seeing any nades or any attention whatsoever. They will change their defensive setup. They'll be a little bit late. Desi's already in the Tiki. Exceed, I believe, knows this, but there's really not much you can do to challenge. Don't want to give away first blood here, but there's a lot of space given on the bomb site itself. Exceed now making the play forward. Slack will get the bomb down, and so far has kept his life. Exceed cannot challenge this. He needs to wait for somebody to make a play to get there with him. And no one's coming forward at all. It's just Nero. He's trying to make a play through mid-map. He's been figured out and denied. So now Exceed also taken care of as he's stuck into a corner. Mental trying to play off the flank. And as Mox is able to find one more elimination, there's a chance here to isolate Desi, but the problem is Method's up top.
Yeah,
this is not a situation that you think that Zinni's going to give away freely. 17 seconds on the clock. Methods knows he's about to be challenged. Goes down low, finds the kill. Now thinking about repositioning. Checks, doesn't see anyone on the bomb. Mox over to the corner, also falls. And that'll be 5-4. Fantastic Four on match point.
Again, it comes down to Zinni. He's in the win condition spot. He was watching through the middle of the map out from Zig. He gets the confirmation that they're already past open staircase on the backside of basketball court. So now we rewrap bottom condo. He's able to find the first. That had to have been a focal point for a push. Knowing that position was not fully cleared out, as you were highlighting there. In that one position. Methods being able to find those last 2 kills, put themselves up at 9 and 6, and series point for Fantastic Four. This is a big series for them, Shift. Fantastic Four would love to work their way in towards the second place, especially with how things are suggesting for our main focus in between Triumph and Subliners Academy. This is doable for them to make it into the playoff bracket.
First blood, good for Methods. Trade, released by numbers, as Mox is able to keep things to a 3v3. Desi sliding across. Doesn't get a good shot onto Nero, though. So both players will return to their respective corners, stay alive. Nero being challenged again. Still feeling really pressured, but still locks down the angle against fire and then retrains it onto Desi. Last player left alive for Fantastic Four will be Methods. 1v3 situation. Mox has the bomb, and he's not near a bomb site, but the objective will not be to get the plant. It will be instead to play the numbers, and we will go to around 11.
We talk a lot about those first bloods, but in Search and Destroy, it always comes down to that second man. That second man for LAG Academy is Nero. Over by the ring, waited for the exit out from pillars, caught one, and then the retrain and challenge on the opposite side of ring to have some help from the backside of their boxes closer to driveway. It's beautiful to then send it over towards a round 11 for all the marbles.
Oh boy. LAG on offense. All 4 members making their play over towards B again. Mox still with the bomb. They're sitting there saying, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2 rounds in a row, though. Fantastic Four have given space in front of B in order to play off the flank, of which Mox is trying to watch. Semtex will provide a lot of damage, and that will actually push back this flank just a bit. But LAG, they have to be careful here. They are leaving Mox on his lonesome to play from this flank side. But as they play through Laundry, look at Fantastic Four. They're full stacking for a retake.
Yeah, it was almost like a parallel foot race in between Mox and the rest of them, but they're not going to try to push over for Laundry. Nero finds the first with the Semtex.
It's planted for Laundry, though. You have to win these gunfights if you're LAG, and so far, Mental is good for 1. Slack moving forward, doesn't expect 2 players to be there. Fire for his trade, now to a 1v2. Also has an SMG to play with, 30 seconds on the clock. In the post, you got to remember, the plant is actually for Laundry, so these 2 players for LAG cannot safely play an art. They have to play somewhat close for a check. Fire gets the angle onto 1, doesn't finish the kill. Now moving forward, but denied. And LAG Academy take 2 rounds in a row, survive the round 11, take the series, and they put Fantastic Four and TMNT essentially in a battle for relegation coming up.
Yep, and it's just that. It's the battle for relegation. I feel like we just need to say it every single time that if a team needs to win out, we might as well just say it, Shift, because we are giving a blessing. That is a big win for LAG Academy to put themselves towards the middle of the pack, further away from relegation. Big for them, but with Shift over towards Triumph versus Subliners Academy, again, is throwing a lot of wrenches into the system as far as that top part of the entirety of these 8 teams that are battling it out for a round robin, and Subliners Academy walk away with an Apocalypse hardpoint and send it to a 5th and final map.
Wow. Not a great start here for New York. You're looking at Royalty, Exotic, really having themselves a great start on this game so far. Both at 7 kills, but Royalty, a vast majority of the hardpoint time for Triumph so far at 47 total seconds. Proloop, working from the little flank from behind, has actually kind of used the spawns to maneuver back into this third hill. 20 seconds left on this, so the attention starts to go over towards Ruins. Royalty kind of stuck on that little bridgeway. Will fall. Spart making sure that Coop stays safe, and now Saints moves forward, takes care of any playthrough useless, and that will be a lot of pressure for New York to flip the spawns around. Mayhem, well, he's been revealed and tagged, but has stayed alive for maybe longer than expected, so now Saints continuing to really be leaned on to make a play, and as he falls, Triumph, they possess the spawns, and with that also the hardpoint.
1-1 are Triumph on Apocalypse hardpoint, with a win over Fantastic Four, and of course a loss of 25 seconds to LAG Academy. Looking pretty darn stellar as far as the opening go of things. Subliners Academy, they have not played this map mode combo through stage 3. As you're trying to work your way inside of that Ruins Hill, you would hope for that pressure inside of Chicken Coop to be there. Proloop does find one. That is all the way over by P5. It's just not enough to try to break inside this hill, but as Subliners are working their way out from Palace, they're going to be able to at least find the first few, and the battle for the scrap time will be good, and well, hell, they could use all of it.
No, they really could. 13 seconds of time, still have to push through Jordan General. And this is where, this was one of the first times that we saw this Triumph team. It was during qualifiers they played this map. He is so good around this area. So important when it comes to locking down spawns and making sure that the rotation gets challenged, essentially forcing New York to have to play through trenches. And look at the angle. It's just pixels above this little bridgeway, this little bamboo barrier that he's got in front of him. Does see Saints moving around the back. Mayhem good for one, but Saints has worked his way into the hard point, forcing Exotic actually to come out, and he finds 2 on the exit. Now numbers for Triumph can work their way back in. So Exotic will find himself a third, sees Hamza, wants him, moves forward. Semtex trying to flush him out, but General will be there to help, and Triumph have locked down the first 30 seconds here in the 5th.
It's just like you said, Exotic in that exact position. We saw that in the win versus Fantastic Four. That they are able to finesse in and around that entire area. Now at 13 and 8 for them. Here comes Proloop from behind up top. Hamza will be there for some help. Royalty will get the last lap versus Proloop, but Hamza again was still there to still threaten the scrap time. That seconds are all Subliners Academy are going to be allowed to have on P5 going towards the second set of hills. It is a big lead that Triumph are currently holding, and they are just flying through the map, winning kills, finding traits, looking pretty darn stellar across it all.
Yep, Royalty and Exotic have been so fast and so good around the objective. That's been the big thing so far. I mean, there's been a number of plays where New York looks good to get a breakthrough or get a hold for a setup, but just immediately foiled by players like this. Exotic finds himself another. Also here's the mantle. Good for the second. Gets the reload off. Now turns his attention over towards TV and Saints. No challenge there. 3 in a row for him. Wants to maybe even clear off the hard point himself. There's nothing this guy can't do apparently, but well, maybe not. Hamza's going to be the one to put him down. 3 kills in a row for New York. So just when Triumph were about to break, it's shut down. And as Saints wins 1 through Cave, pressure is starting to come through the jump wall for the second hard point spawns.
Got to get this push through. It's going to be essentially a 2v2 through the side of Bath and Ruggs. And, well, the fight through the middle of the entirety of the map might just be a big one as far as reinforcements. But player number 8 is going to be Saints. They actually just give up it all. Spart's going to be watching the flank. Royalty was able to make their way across from P4, but here comes the hit.
Oh, Exotic. So slippery, just hiding in a corner, able to turn it into 2 kills. And now his position will actually read where New York are going to be hitting from next, which seems to be a pretty split hit. 2 players spawn trench, other 2 spawn top left because it's General from behind. Got to finish a kill here, Jordan. Thank you. Go ahead and grab both of them. And that will be probably the last real attempt that New York has. They only walk away with a single kill. And that is not time that you want to give away for free, but you're going to be forced to because you're spotting so far out thanks to this position from Jordan.
Oh, there's just no way you're getting inside that hill, and there's just no way you're contesting Triumph and getting over 200 points. It'll be about 211 to 121, marginally 100-point lead. The Triumph are just casually sitting over Subliners Academy, and that is serious as far as the map set is concerned. If they're able to close it out, and they are just setting themselves with that pace that you were talking about. We highlighted it from Triumph, that with the likes of Mayhem coming to join with General, that Exotic and Royalty as the SMG duo are able to light things up. Plus 10 right now is Exotic, but inside the hill, at least for the time being, will be Subliners Academy, but 3 kills coming their way for Triumph, who can still close it out here.
And with numbers, they're all over the hard point. They read exactly where New York is spawning from. This is not great for New York. Something incredible would have to take place. And while you're doing this, you cannot give away streaks to Mayhem because they could just use that to put the game away. Might not even need to, though. Kills convincing. 23 and 13 for Exotic. I mean,
That's insane.
what do you want to say about him? Oh, okay. He says, how about 24 shift? Give me that extra one. Breaking for the quarter century mark kills. And not going to get there in time. Triumph. Clean up New York. As the host just ends the game. We'll give him 250.
Oh, I'm giving them 250,
But-
absolutely. You can't rage quit out of this lobby for me, subliners.
Yeah, that's the
That
definition of
happened.
frustration right there. So what was that final? 250 what? 142?
127.
Where did I get 142 from?
I don't know. You were trying to give him that extra 20 seconds. That probably should have came through if that hit was just a little bit more timely from the side of Rugs going through bad for B2. That would have been the break, right? But you don't have the immediate information for that last player for Triumph are located at. They spawn all the way out with that player. That spark cut down the middle of the map, but they don't get the read. They don't see the opportunity in front of them, and that is just one of the many different nuances of Apocalypse Hardpoint, which Triumph really seem to have figured out. And again, we coined them as the potential for them to try to play the upset. I also want to, I want to push this narrative just as a little bit of maybe a potential hot take that if you go back and you look at the map set that was played in between Subliners versus Triumph, a lot of these maps I actually found myself saying, well, Subliners, at least through stage number 3, haven't really played this all too much. I almost are starting to get the feeling that they are starting to test the waters with a Triumph roster, almost like a makeshift scrim. But the problem is with losing this is that now gives an opportunity for second place and the potential to get knocked down in the knockout bracket is not a place you want to be for Subliners.
Yeah, so here's an update as it looks like UT Crew has defeated Built by Gamers on the main stream. We have got UT Crew at 5-2, currently at the top. That they complete their group stage. They're done.
Yep.
EastR has a chance to get to that same mark. They play up against LAG next. And it doesn't look like LAG have been credited all of their games so far, unless I'm missing something. Oh, no, they still have to play EastR and New York Subliners Academy. That's going to be the next matchup on mainstream, which I'm interested to see how they're going to do that because LAG is supposed to play EastR next. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling we're going to get schedule swapped again here pretty quickly. But as we get closer towards the bottom, you've got Fantastic Four playing up against TMNT. That one is a must-win for TMNT to avoid relegation and throw it into a massive tiebreaker situation. There is a potential for our final spot. Well, this is a weird way to say it, but the final relegation team could come down to a 4-way tie.
Yep, 4-way tie. Yep.
Woo, mama.
I love round
it's
robin.
looking pretty
it.
likely, too, that could happen.
I mean, with the way the Fantastic Four have been looking on the day, I mean, it's very possible that TMNT are going to be able to walk. I guess it depends on how hot Mochi is with the sub. I think that's what you're mostly looking at is the biggest difference maker because I mean, the ARs for TMNT, they could definitely hang, at least in my opinion, but it's got to be the ultimate SMG tandem, right? You just hope that you're able to stop Decimate because if they're on one, they're continuing to being on one, we've been able to see what that does for Fantastic Four, who, again, would not love to lose that match and would love to keep TMNT in that relegation zone that would kind of stabilize everything for the bracket for a certain amount of time. Not to say that there are a bunch of tiebreakers that still can't happen, but still. Would have been the match that Fantastic Four would love to be able to win, regardless.
Yeah. Well, we're going to set these to a break. Just get ourselves lined up because I have to imagine there's going to be a schedule swap up with some of our final games that we have on the evening. But again, LAG EastR, LAG New York, Fantastic Four, TMNT. Those are the last 3 games that I believe still have to be played, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be getting 2 of those 3 in some form. We'll just have to see how exactly things unfold. So stick with us. We'll swap over to a break, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have at least some news on which matchup we're going to be looking at when we come back after this.
I'm in the pouring rain, washing through my soul, facing everything I fear. I'm in the pouring rain, feeling washed my soul. Now you're everything is clear. Not can you calling me, 'cause I want to know if you're everything is real. Yeah!
and welcome back. As we are jumping on in, it's now up to LAG Academy versus EastR. LAG has 2 more matches remaining in their group stage. This one here, and then they play up against the Subliners Academy. Both matches have some pretty serious implications all in all, but we'll keep that talk for some in-between map action as we're stuck here with the raid hardpoint for map number 1, and EastR in a very good position over the first hardpoint so far.
LAG Academy, they just got a 100-point club by Fantastic Four on this very map mode combo. So they running back here versus EastR, I mean, you got to think that they know something that we may not, or the stats may not suggest, and that's that the submachine guns might just be on one. If Mental can go on a tear, might just be able to upset these spawns. In toward P1 still has 15 seconds remaining. LAG Academy are going to be looking to soak the rest of that up and pinching inside kitchen.
Things are looking solid here for EastR. Good start for Sib and John, keeping things hot and warm. And, well, Sib was the main reason that they were able to get past New York in the first place. Needed somebody to step up throughout both the checkmate control and also on the raid hardpoint. He did that in both of those maps. John also looked very good. Gravity has found himself a sub and makes good use out of it as he takes down 2. And with that, it actually keeps the initial time here on the kitchen hardpoint safe.
Yeah, again, John is just being enabled throughout the entirety of the map. You talk about like the big momentum that they ended up having from Sid just slaying on out, John right there with them. And you can see that working in tandem, a further setup as well. 3 players strong, LAG Academy actually come through the back. They're going to end up forcing a spawn out in Currents. 30 seconds remaining inside of P2. LAG Academy are feeling pretty good about this break.
Feeling really good about it, you would feel. It's about as convincing as it could be. 15 seconds to play for, and then we have to turn our attention to the rotation, but Mental will drag our eyes to him as he finds one on the cross open to the pool side. One more down on the side of the outer fountain, but that will be Mental who falls to Jerd. Exceed kind of caught in a weird spot, was looking for some safety, but ended up running into danger as Sib finds the kill, and EastR will initially win this rotation over to Garage for some early time.
Going to be quickly threading though. You can see where they're already placed on the map. John's going to spawn out, but it comes down to sniffing out the players that are watching the flanks and playing counter to that, one of which was top bedroom. That was going to be Jerd, and this push is going to fall flat. First 20 seconds secured for EastR. LAG Academy are setting up 2 players pretty far forward or driveway. One of them is going to stay alive. This might be able to set up a pinch so long as New York can make their way over towards AC quickly.
Oh, good stuff here for EastR. They're going to lock down about a full 60 on this hard point. Like you mentioned, it's all about what happens on this next rotation, as LAG Academy are already set up and zoning pretty far into the middle of the map, and actually in front of Tiki in this basketball area. EastR looking for a route, have created some space mid-map. Sib working along the back, checks the corner. Mental not ready for it. So now EastR, they'll flip the spawns around. Kills are still coming through as they're looking to attempt their first break towards basketball. Jerd will be the first one in, survives through the Semtex, gets the kill, and also makes safe some trophies on top of the basketball hut. John in the back will fall, but Sib, who spawned right up in place, finds the trade, and EastR with a convincing look at this basketball hardpoint.
EastR doing a great job of just scrapping all the way through from the rotation and inside of the hill. When it comes down to isolated 1v1s, they've been coming out on top of them time and time again. Sib now at 13-8, John at 10-9, 9-5 for Jerd. And you got Gravity at 6-6 with a minute plus of hill time. This is a wonderful recipe for EastR. And again, if Sib can continue to go on a tear, that creates a lot of opportunities for EastR. We saw that in the Subliners matchup just earlier on this day. And it looks like that seems to be the same tandem that they're working with going forward, just about a 100-point lead before P5 even pops.
Well, this is all about who wins this opening gunfight here. EastR in a commanding position, and Jerd is able to find his 7th kill, stays alive. Good help from his teammates to make sure he can potentially earn this 8th. Not even needed, actually, as he just opens up the hard point with some extra score, and that'll be enough for the cruise missile. Sib, money window, tested by Mox and denied. But it's up to Jerd. Good help again from Gravity from above, but LAG with numbers pursuing through the middle of the map will cleanly take until Sib walks on forward off his next respawn. Now 35 seconds to play for, and Sib has found 3 in a row.
3 in a row, you got streaks to play with. 25 seconds remaining inside of P5. LAG Academy had a real good look at breaking themselves inside of P5, but it was Nero that was left alive. Just too many angles to be worried about. Going in towards the second set of hills, LAG Academy are truly reeling, and it got a 100-point lead for EastR. A full set of streaks from in the hands of Jerd, who's now at 13-7, 20-11 for Sib. I mean, the first few hills were convincing, but this is just starting to become commanding, and Jerd calls in the cruise missile to open things up, maybe a little bit early, but this is just time for P1, where EastR are just looking to set up all these crossfires.
All these opening shots are going to have to lead to quick success. And how about it? Gravity going to find himself 2 through pillars. LAG was looking for a setup, but it's denied. Their artillery strike will confirm that. Maybe even be the nail in the coffin here, as EastR are all over this map. Sib 22 and 11. One of the main reasons why. Jerd is also now double positive as he finds his 16th kill, only falling 8 times. Gravity working for streaks. I mean, pick a storyline out of any one of these players at the moment, because everyone's got something to talk about. And that is not good news for LAG. Desperation starting to set in just to get out of the 100-point club, let alone to even think about the word comeback.
The term again, flawless hardpoint, comes to mind. You're really only going to be looking at, what, about 13 seconds to give or take before EastR closes out the map. And that's the timing that you're going to have for LAG Academy to almost give up until the game is just truly over. The setup inside of P2 is going to have to be a strengthy one. They're going to have to read Jerd from the money window, who throws some opening shots, and they're dealing with it. Currently, our LAG Academy, that's going to force EastR to then spawn out towards Driveway. LAG Academy, they're going to be set up in this hill.
But you've got to hold. You've got to win the rotation. You got to hold again. Got to win the next rotation. And guess what? You're going to have to hold again. So this is not great news. Sib working with the pistol. He completely clears out the site nearly single-handedly. But Nero, who stayed alive in money, will make sure that LAG do one of that 6-step process of rotating between holding and rotating. And as John will watch for exits, he's good for a single elimination. And talk about the commitment. You see that LAG are recognizing what needs to happen. They will even give up the scrap time in favor of getting numbers across for the next hard point.
Already just flying through the middle of the map, giving up what was the back 7 seconds, knowing that 6-step process needs to be checked off one at a time. They already threatened the rotation. They get themselves in. Nero actually still spawns closer towards the middle of the map, so they will pinch Zig, find Sib, and now explode inside of Red as well. They'll be cut down the second that they go inside of Waits, but that does slow up EastR's offense considerably.
Have to win these gunfights and do it convincingly. And hey, how about it? Hold on a second. There's 3 straight kills. You know that the 4th is around the corner. Challenge with a pistol. Sib just does not know the meaning of wait, play your life. He wants to challenge everything, dude. I mean, that's just, this goes to show. EastR will still find a way to break, but there are numbers here for LAG. They should be able to contest this long enough to see another hard point, but we'll see what unfolds. Exceed able to find 1 elimination. Gravity still in the mix, has found another kill. And as the rest of the contest time comes through, it will guarantee a basketball hard point, but the numbers right now not great for LAG as they try to make their way across the map. Mental is going to have to do something incredible, and he will be denied. 10 seconds remaining between EastR and a win.
You're gonna have to fly across the pool side. Maybe the idea of getting inside the cutout wall, but now you're just hoping that you can find the kills from the front. Just unsuccessful at that. EastR's lead early on, which is too much to bear. 250 to 134, the final score line. But you want to talk about narratives being pulled throughout the entirety of this hardpoint. It's really tough just to pinpoint one, but at least you can take a look at one of the most focal points and the changes for EastR, at least from the beginning of this stage, last stage, and this current point in time is that Sib is in. He's starting to look more comfortable with this team, with some scrims, with some practice as the days have gone along, and hell, even some of these matches, knowing what's on the line going forward throughout Elite Stage number 3, they're looking pretty darn good, and that just enables the rest of the team to do exactly what you just saw.
Great stuff. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. But to be fair, this is not the first time we've seen LAG struggle on this map. They struggled earlier versus Fantastic Four, in which they did not get out of the 100-point club. So something to be said about the Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy trying to play on Raid Hardpoint today that has not been largely successful for them. But as we turn our attention into the Checkmate Search and Destroy coming up next, that is going to hopefully be more of a beacon of light for LAG, since that they've really been doing very well on Search and Destroy, including 2 search wins versus Fantastic Four in their prior game. We're probably going to be on a little bit of a break here as we're waiting for the lobby to get set up. So we will do the same. You got to remember that Fantastic Four, TMNT, are playing to get out of relegation, for TMNT's worries at least, over on the mainstream. Do not miss that. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. Check that out. And we'll be back with map number 2 between LAG Academy and EastR right after this.
There is no room for joy, but I feel so late. I'm sick of all the things you do, yeah, think that you're losing sight. Yeah, you can turn your back on me, I don't really mind, but don't look back on me, I know all the time. Cause when you're back on me, I know that it don't feel right. Hey, sometimes you just make me want it. Hey, sometimes I just wanna die. I'm sick of all the things you do, yeah, think that you're losing sight. Yeah, you can turn your back on me, I don't really mind, but don't look back on me, I know all the time. Cause when you're back on me, I know that it don't feel right. Hey, sometimes you just make me want it. Hey, sometimes I just wanna die.
We need a doctor. Look at his.
We're staring at staring at the end, but I will not give in. I will fight until the end. We're staring at the end, but I will not give in. I will fight until the end. Tell me a lie to keep me in line. You swear it's a sign, but it's the torture to rise. Uncover your eyes, see what's outside. Eventually we'll find the time. And what if I believe you? Or what if I defy? And what if I could see you? Like I saw you the whole time. Go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you like. I'm not your savior, so far away. Blinded by anger, you forgot who to blame. I'll never be your lighthouse in the dust. If I had my way, I'd guide you to the rocks. Go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you like. Poison my mind. You'll never be satisfied. Blame the divine. Eventually they'll find the time. And what if I believe you? Or what if I believe you? What if I go on, give it your all tonight. You can say anything you
Welcome back, everybody. A small delay as, well, there were some weather implications that kept all of our players from getting into the lobby, but that has cleared and passed, and it brings us into a search and destroy. EastR, you got to remember, is up after the first map win on raid 250-134. They find themselves on checkmate, and at least for right now, proper, down a life as they were trying to get this offense underway.
All right, John with the bomb is just getting aggressive underneath the wing. That's a big trade to be able to find. Losing there would mean the bomb would be dropped, and another one over by the A Street makes this a 2v2.
Well, there will be maybe a chance to work this down this top wing lane, as there's obviously some consideration that Mental is pretty far pushed forward, but the problem was the other Guerrilla member was sitting mid-map and had a good crossing angle, so the kills eventually put themselves into a spot to get the numbers and just have favorable positioning to allow that initial first blood to pay off for a round win.
LG Academy through stage 3 of Elite have not played Checkmate Search and Destroy Shift, but it's literally just that. You know, putting yourself in spots to where you're able to find the trades. Finding that first blood is everything, and that'll typically sway around more than anything on Checkmate Search and Destroy. EastR, on the other hand, we saw them earlier lose 6-1 versus Subliners Academy. Again, if Sib can start locking down these angles and start finding these opportunities, the same that we just saw from LAG's previous defense, could have a pretty good go with things.
Well, this attempt is going to be stalled as Sib does find one kill moving aggressively from the bottom of the plane wing, watching underneath. And yeah, he did just see the main torso of Nero, but Mental backing away. That will be enough for him and Mental to work an isolated kill onto Sib. But John will use this to move forward, and he's going to hear so much. This is beautiful. Or is it? Or is it? Oh my God. That should have been 2, but it ended up barely being 1. So now a chance for LAG to win the plane. They can plant this here. And Jerd may have seen some information, but oh, that slide is going to be everything. Finds one, gets the second. Beautiful little recovery position in the back towards the A lane, and LAG Academy go up 2-0.
EastR, they try to do the same thing that they were doing versus Subliners Academy. Just setting one by one, trying to fish out the information. On the other side for LAG Academy, they're not necessarily giving them much of anything at all. A shoulder here and there, maybe a trajectory you could cross from a Semtex or a flash, but again, AA is just playing them in those positions where they can find the trades and the opportunities to then move forward and take control of certain aspects of this map. EastR now for another offensive go of things have actually given no consideration immediately towards the plane. They're all underneath the wing.
Jerd, good first blood. Opportunity for a second. That's actually beautiful as John is there to help out for the trade. And that opening aggression from the SMG line for EastR now puts Mental in a very tough position. 1v3 and no real estate at all to work with. And this is like trying to show up to Boardwalk or Park Place with a $10 bill and saying, I want to buy. EastR able to find the kill, no problem. And that'll be their first round of the board.
It's a big call. Big gutsy call to make this play happen. You know, there's going to be at least one player on the backside of those boxes. And, well, like you even called that, John was right there. Bomb in hand. Oh, the SMG duo was not working that one alone. It was a beautiful little call to get aggressive. For a lot of LAG's focus defensively was focused over towards that A Street. The only one player defensively looking at that south lane and obviously towards that back staircase did not see that one coming. So here comes LAG Academy, an offense of their own. 3 players strong inside the plane.
More aggression here from LAG. Quick bomb plant. The Semtex has actually come through before the trophy does, so John actually can't peek this. So that's a free plant, but not a free exit. John will soak up a toll, finding Exceed. And now the retake is trying to make its way through A lane. Weird position to try to push through for the retake off the flank. Sib is going to come through a bit unexpected, so this should be 1. But the problem is, how do you have the time to come through and get more than that? Gravity from one side has to find 1 kill and nearly actually grabs a second. Sib moving quickly is trying to find the trade, but Nero just bails. Going to play the clock for this one, and this is a situation that Sib is not going to have enough time to find the kill and get back to the bomb.
No, there's just no way. Too many different positions. Yeah, even Nero going back there at the end to check the bomb just in case. Sib will find the kill there in the end, but it'll be just that. Detonation of the bomb will occur in LAG Academy again. They like that flavor that EastR brought in their previous round. They've got aggressive, but this time they just went inside the plane, and that is EastR's defensive call. We saw that rinse and repeat. You're not going to put a player in there immediately to try to deny that B site. It is hard to retake as it is. You didn't make it easier on yourself by some very awkward flanking situations, but LAG Academy, they just post up. They're able to lock things down, single file line. EastR are not going to retake a B site.
Wow. So now it's all task because EastR, you do not want to go down 1-4. I'll tell you that much. This feels like a round that maybe not as a required win, but you'd love to have it to keep this one close in the middle stages of the search and not have to force multiple consecutive round sprees in a row. But LAG are giving some space here, trying to make EastR be the ones to make the first move. And as they do, Semtex's will not actually be the end of John. He stays alive. Good help from Jerd here as he actually takes down 2. Not really sure how that was allowed to happen, but as he does, the bomb is simultaneously planted. Sid trying to make his play forward. And I don't know about that. It's pretty far and over egregious. Will lead things to now a 2v2 situation with 30 seconds to play.
Mox has the potential to try to flank this. You're going to make a lot of noise. You try to pop up on that wing, but Gravity will catch Mental inside the airlock door. But Mox trades it out quickly. The clock is the immediate consideration, at least for this round. John is posted up inside of the plane itself. Mox will be able to clear it out. Can you challenge this in time? Can you win the gunfight? He does. Going to get there in time. It's on top of the table, and I think just narrowly with the kills in tow is able to get the defuse as well. A big round for Mox again was underneath that plane. Wing blew it up. As the setup for EastR, which is not a good one, losing Sib on a very aggressive play.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the double up from Jerd. This is where it's surprising. Actually, that's a beautiful exchange. Exceed just thought he had him dead to rights. So that's actually really nicely done. But still, it's not enough. That's pretty incredible. I mean, we saw this from New York Subliners earlier today when they were playing on the Checkmate Search, and they looked great versus this EastR team. And we're seeing almost the exact same thing here from LAG. It almost kind of begs the question of, you know, for LAG, why are you still allowing Raid Hardpoint to be in the mix if you're getting beat up on it? And then from EastR, why are you letting Checkmate Search and Destroy still be in the lobby if you're getting beat up on it?
It's almost got to be, it's working in scrims, right? So it'll work here. 2 first kills actually go by way of EastR as well. Oh, and a 2v3 bomb is dropped on that table. Not exactly in the most recoverable situation, and with Mental dropping, leaves Exceed in a 1v3.
Beautiful shot, though, for the first. He's got time to play with here. It just comes down to, will you use that time? Because going up on top of this this tower is not going to really allow you a chance to move. Oh, boy. Okay, well, now's the go time. You're going to have to move quickly. Not going to be much of an opportunity for him to kind of hold corners or angles. And, well, Jerd throws a shoulder. The timing is not great, so maybe Exceed can take him by surprise. He does. But look at the rotation from Gravity. He's just going to back up and play a super safe angle. Maybe a point of contact here. Wait a second. 13 seconds. Exceeds right underneath. Gravity, have you heard this? Apparently he has. He's got his headphones cranked up more than I. So EastR will confirm their second round.
It's something I can always guarantee is that these players definitely have their Astros cranked a lot higher than our headphones or headsets can probably even go, Shift. That's for certain. They will hear footsteps a lot louder than I probably will. But that's a big round. Again, like you said, being down 1-4 is no place that you want to be versus anybody. You brought up Subliners versus EastR earlier on this exact map mode combo. They lost that one 6-1. Okay, it's going to come down to these adaptations, these trades. The opening flurry of kills is good for EastR as long as they can capitalize on it.
Okay. This, I would say, is a required map round win for sure here. Has to be. Sid's going to get tagged. That is not great news. He is stuck at the moment. No one's going to challenge him. Nero, oh, careful. It could get caught mid-reload, and that will indeed occur. Sib, though, has read this player up top on the ladder, or has he? Oh, my goodness. It's moments like that where you have to sit and think to yourself, is that really a challenge you need to take right there when you've got Jerd already pushing up A alley? He's very fortunate to find another kill. Gravity from below finds one more, leaves things once more down to Exceed. It is a Krieg battle across the map right now. And as Exceed moves forward, he will get caught in between two EastR members. So the required round win does come through, and EastR have brought this back to just a 1-round difference.
Yeah, I guess in the hindsight of things, you don't really need to make that play happen. But as the A push does occur, with some noises being brought towards the plane and immediately shift focus over towards this A street. I mean, especially with already having, you know, some machine gun players or everything, that's what's always very testy when it comes to Sib. It doesn't matter the game mode. We're gonna try to make plays probably don't need to happen. But hey, if they pay off really well historically. But LAG Academy let 2 rounds go by. Really love this offensive round win. They're going to send 2 players inside the plane. The previous offensive round win saw 3 players deep in here, but EastR since then not allowed this plane to go by unscathed. They're going to have 2 players there defensively to watch it, but Sib gets aggressive on the A street, finds first blood.
Good stuff here from EastR. Sib again. Aggressive play. Does he get away from Mental? Sure does, but reveals his position. Mental will double check. He's got to wait for help to come. Mox is on the other side by Wood. And how about the confidence from Sib? He knows he's cleared off this angle. He's going to turn back. He'll see Mental again. And then finds the kill. So now it's just down to Mox. 1v4 situation. Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, you just see from top to bottom, too. And the kill disparity, at least through the opening rounds in the previous few, have just gone by. Here comes Mox. First engagement. Won't even get a chance to get that first kill. EastR will win multiple rounds in a row. That's 3. Be able to tie things up for a piece. And again, it's just now just holding these angles. And a lot of this is Jerd in the early goings of things shift. To be able to put themselves inside that plane, at least defensively, to find those first bloods. That's massive. Right next to Sib, who's also finding their fair share of first bloods, getting aggressive towards that A street. Probably something that you wouldn't necessarily expect a Krieg to do. But Sib will definitely do it.
There's no player more confident in challengers than Sib.
No,
maybe
no
even
shot.
Call of Duty than Sib.
Yeah.
And that comes with a lot of pros and at times maybe some detrimental cons, but we're not seeing it yet. 3 kills in a row for him, tying this game back up, that 4 apiece. EastR now tasked with the next offense. This will be 3 rounds in a row if they can find a way to take this. But Exceed finds first blood. Gravity kind of caught out in no man's land with not really an escape route available to him. And now Sib once more playing aggressively as Nero spotted him. Yeah, it looks like he has, but very wise. Sib backs down, retreats forward towards his teammates, and now they can try to play for an actual objective setup as John gets onto the B-bomb site and will plant this for free.
Trophy systems on both sides. Semtex and Flash are only going to find a minimal amount of information. At least as the bomb goes down, it comes down to this opening kill. The wall bangs are going to be good. Sim fighting Mental, that's massive, at least for the retake potential.
Trade will be there. Numbers still prevail for LAG. But John watching the backside flank. Jerd up close and personal. First set of gunfights come through. Jerd going to find one. Not going to grab the second. John moving quickly forward. A couple of the tags come through, but John stays alive. He has not seen the bomb, though, so he's got to move quickly, and as he does, Exceed will put him down. Smart play. Plenty of time for the defuse, and LAG will put themselves on map point, trying to tie this series up.
That is just a big round to try to bounce back from. It is one thing already giving away 3 rounds in a row, but to give around the 4th to put themselves up on map point after losing that map number 1, that's just tough. And remember, we were questioning for EastR to come back to checkmate, search, and destroy shift, but at least through the previous few rounds, these adaptations have been a strength that you can honestly write home about. Sib is getting aggressive again, where you don't necessarily think an AR is supposed to be doing things like that. They're able to find it. Even look at the first blood differences. At LAG Academy, they've only been able to find 2 across all 9 rounds that have been played thus far, but still been able to walk away with the rounds. So far through the middle, it's just been the opening gunfights that Jerd's been able to lock down. That damage is massive.
I mean, that's a stat line that you could literally hit out of the park because that just can't be allowed to happen. I mean, this is like what we said about the Florida Mutineers at the beginning of the year when Awakening was securing so many first bloods, but Florida were still losing search rounds. You got to turn those early numbers into success. And that was a problem that EastR had versus New York, and it's starting to crop back up into the conversation here versus LAG. It's going to be 2 rounds in a row here for the side of Easter. They want to play this B-bomb site very, very hard on top. Looking for the quick defuse. Exceed being tagged up. Goes for the punch, and he does eventually deny the defusal. Gravity by himself. Tagged up from behind and a couple members in front. That will be the end of it. LAG Academy tie up the series after the 6-4 win here on Checkmate Search.
You said that it had to have been 2 rounds in a row, and they do just that. And it's that little passive aggressiveness inside the plane that we saw quite a few rounds ago. It worked well for them. The one time that it just fell sour was when Jared was able to find that opening too. From there on out, they just stopped trying it all the way until that final round, and that was such a big call. Obviously, you didn't have that round, that 1 round buffer. That if it goes to around 11, it didn't work. Maybe go back to offense again. Maybe we could try it one more time, but still wonderfully executed there from LAG Academy and Easter at certain aspects of time as well. Again, you're mostly looking at Jared that was finding that opening flurry. That opening damage is big, which then allowed Civ to be able to find quite a lot of flanks. And it just made Easter just a lot more deadly throughout the map. Again, I'm pretty sure that they were outslaying LAG Academy across the board. Even though LAG Academy, that they were having the majority of first bloods, they could not follow up as far as some of those middle rounds.
Good stuff throughout, though, for LAG. They continue to impress us when it comes to Search and Destroy. That puts them to 3-0 on Search when it comes to the day so far, in a day that they're going to be tested, we said it at the beginning of the day, very heavily, playing up against Fantastic Four, Easter, and then eventually they'll be able to play up against New York Subliners Academy, although it might go past midnight depending on how long this series takes. We've got a raid control on the cards for us to come up next. This is essentially raid for the 1, 3, and the 5. And then if we need to get to a second hard point, which we will, we've already confirmed that actually, it'll be Moscow that's waiting for us for map number 4. So a lot of interesting things on the table. We have yet to largely see, well, I was going to say Moscow hard point for Easter, but that isn't necessarily 100% the case. They played it very early on in the series, but what my mind was going to is we haven't seen them play it recently in the second week of matches so far. So yeah, should be a pretty interesting map overall, but we'll carry that conversation on once we get there. For now, we'll just kind of step away, take a small pause, and we'll come back with the raid control once it's ready for us right after this.
Shadows I create, getting crushed beneath their weight. I'm paralyzed, it's killing me. I only wish to be okay. I feel the same, but they will never see. Can you feel the heat? I'll surrender before my defeat. I guess I ran my course and now I'm absolute. All these voices inside who I think to decide that I'm reaching out in vain. No, this empty shell is everything. Why did I have to be this way? Hiding in shadows I create, getting crushed beneath their weight. I'm paralyzed, it's killing me. I only wish to be okay. I feel the same, but they will never see. I take my shape as I'm fading away, just to stay on the wall, just a name to decay. Tired of playing someone else's part, just to feel again, feel again. I see my shape as I'm fading away, and I'm tired of playing someone else's part. Is it all in my head? Is it all in my head? Is there a competition? Is it all in my head? Is it all in my head? I think I'm starting to see. Is it all
Welcome back, everybody. Jumping on in. I was going to say checkmate. It's raid. It's been a day, dude. It has been a day. But it is raid control. 1-1 map tie. And it's LAG Academy on the offense first. Not good for first blood. It's John who takes the middle of the map with that kill he finds and then turns it into a second. Nero trying to keep the play alive, though. Will have to stall a little bit longer as, well, eventually he's going to get overwhelmed, and it'll be a solid start for EastR all in all defensively.
4-1 overall. I mean, for LAG Academy on control, it's a good spot to be. Their one devastating loss actually on raid control, which, by the way, all of their controls have been played on by, keep in mind you, I believe was a 3-0 loss to Built by Gamers. So definitely something you got to keep tucked underneath your hat. But EastR, they can continue on with slaying. They should be able to have an easy going of things, but LAG Academy, not going to allow them to have refuge over by the B zone. Not quite yet. They still have 2 players strong over here, and Nero with the big one means that that second tick might just come through.
Well, it's looking pretty imminent, and it will be just before the retake gets into mine. So good start here for LAG, and really not too costly either. I mean, they're still holding a life lead, and as the take towards A starts to unfold, EastR are not here with convincing numbers. So one by one they come, and similarly so they fall. Second tick of progress will be good, and EastR are not really sure what they want to do here. John's going to have to make a solo play against Mental if they want to stall this A tick of progress, which, oh my goodness, he does just in the nick of time. The rest of EastR were over on the other way to retake B, which was also successful for them. So just when it looked like LAG Academy were about to put this first round to bed, all of a sudden, it's EastR all over the map and not a lot of time on the clock for LAG to convincingly take a zone, but that last kill from Nero will extend the clock up an extra 60 seconds.
Good spot to be in. Having that extra 60 seconds, you only need a single take over by B. So this push through jungle just might be able to be a big one. You got player number 5 of Gravity just going completely rogue over by AC, but you'll quick to soon find out none of LAG are over there. They're all back behind jungle. They're making this push happen.
Well, these opening kills are great from the backside. This will force EastR to spawn over through Laundry. Mox is the one trying to respond to that, but Jerd has done well to find one and grab a second. How heroic is this play from Jerd? Now he's back onto the B zone. He'll even deplete some progress, even though Mental finds 2 kills. This is all in all not the worst case scenario for EastR considering the circumstances, and now Sid moving forward finds a couple of kills. That'll put a lot of pressure on LA with only 7 lives remaining to make a play here in the next 42 seconds.
Oh, Mental's got to keep their life for as long as possible. Goes for a quick little dive, and Sid will cut them down from the open staircase side. So now you're down to 6v6 as far as lives are concerned. 30 seconds. This is your last push if you are LAG Academy. 1 take is all they need, and they got Gravity out of balcony. That's big. And save from Zig.
Oh boy. 5v4 the situation. LA, the ones that are forced to have to make the play first. And has Mox done it? No, he's not. It's almost as if the water slowing down the bullets have made the time to kill longer. Gets a lot of shots into the torso, but not going to finish the kill. Last chance. Nero trying to stall the clock. 1v2 situation. It's just down to John. And whoa. Never mind. Help came through the window. That'll be enough for the final kill, and EastR do lock in the first defense.
Man, I got hairy. One of the best times that I have probably seen LAG Academy on this map mode combo. Again, throughout the entirety of stage 3, they saw themselves on both the zones. They were threatening for that last tick over towards B, while also threatening for that third and final tick over towards A. Simultaneously, 2v2 strong. It's like you said, EastR were a little bit lost. So do we go try to retake the A zone? Do we take middle of the map? Well, we got to get the B zone at least. They're about to capture that one too, and John makes that heroic play happen over towards A. You got to think if that doesn't end up happening, we see a little bit quicker closure of that A zone in the middle of the map to be secured. LAG Academy might have had an easier time, but it's all hindsight. Big defensive round for EastR to claw their way back after a tough start. LAG Academy came with the gunnies. All players sitting on 7 kills.
Wow. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort there at the end, though, for EastR, considering. But now they turn their attention to what they want to do offensively. A lot of focus over towards B to start. A couple of opening kills will allow them a chance to stall the clock, but the determination of what actually happens here is yet to really come through. As John really is just waiting to play his life. Mox is all the way back in garage. I mean, it planted a number of EastR members in the garage spawns for I'm sure felt like an eternity. But they clear the space and now make their way forward. But as they do, it's Nero who takes down John, the only real far forward member for EastR offensively.
Gravity was the last player left alive. Will now reintroduce himself, but hey, it's raid control. You lose that fight over towards B. Now you're going to spawn parallel towards A. Here comes EastR. Second tick of progress will definitely be secured with Sib locking things down towards mid. Just going to give it up, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, this actually looks like they're just going to fully concede, which I think is puzzling. I mean, it just comes down to where they spawned, right? I mean, it just, there's not a route available for them to get there in any sort of quick or easy fashion. So now the attention turns to the zone around B. And as Sib has gotten into kitchen, that will have to be the first place that LAG will have to respond to. But as they spawn basketball, they might just be forced to bunker down and hope that these two players in bedroom can really win over this defense right now. Good help from Exceed as he stays alive, finds one kill. Mox on the other side of the map finds another, and well, okay, there we go. LAG, not in the position I think they wanted to be, but they're making good on it as they find 3 straight kills.
Yeah, they are finding the kills. Their biggest struggle right now is clearing out kitchen, but the biggest focal point for this defense is 2 players inside of kitchen. What an arm of gravity. That was a fantastic little toss to get Mox out of top bedroom. Nero's still up here. I don't think the information is going to be mutual that there's still 2 players strong, so they double hit it. EastR now working their way across the pool side. They are on the B zone.
And they have the opportunity to send more numbers here if they want to, but they're playing for a flank retake, which is actually not occurring. Everything's coming from the front. John deals with 1. First tick of progress confirmed, but Exceed, he grabs a handful. And that's just a bit of unfortunate timing. You saw what EastR what they were trying to do. They sit there and said, okay, this is still early on. They're going to play for a flank. Let's just only put 1 player on the zone and then just focus on the backside. But the entire retake was from the front.
I like that little call from Sin. Just like, hey, Nero's not chowing us. I'm just going to go ahead and chow him. All right, just slide chows in there again. Doing things with a Craig 6 that you would probably assume would be a 74U with a sight on it. But nope, that's just Sid with an AR in hand. Jerd and John trying to make the play happen. Backside of jungle. Now down to about 20 seconds. No kitchen control at all. This has to be the pinch from jungle and staircase happening now.
Nice kills from LAG again. EastR, last attempt to move forward. 10 seconds. Underneath that now on the clock. Gravity with the AR is the only one really forward. He's got himself an SMG. What do you got here, Tom? Nothing. He's going to try to work around the back, but there's not enough time to touch. And LAG respond with a defense of their own, but a much more convincing one, that's for sure.
One that goes down to the game clock versus the 2v1 barn burner that we have there at the end. Yeah, I would say one is a little bit more convincing, one a little bit more controlled, pun intended. It all came down to just whether you're looking at Exceed's big 3-piece flying out from money window or the continuous shutdown of the push inside a kitchen. And on the jungle side, LAG Academy are at least able to not only find their trades, but to play pretty key power positions. A bedroom really comes to mind for how long those 2 players were up there. Nero now up at 15 and 13. And the upcoming offense for LAG Academy, they're just going to put mental towards the Zig staircase. 3 players are going to work their way across the pool.
Oh boy. Opening break looking good again for LAG. But as soon as it starts to grow, it's just so interesting because they check 3 of the boxes, and as they try to check the 4th, something goes wrong away from the play, and it completely washes everything. It's 2 times in a row that's certainly happened. But off the respawn by driveway, LAG will now make their play over to A. First tick of progress will come through nicely. Nero, beautiful Semtex. Lands in the back pocket, and that should be enough for the A zone to be completely controlled here for LAG Academy.
John off screen actually is able to win 1 versus Exceed. Would love the transition from A going in towards kitchen, but it's just gonna have to be middle of the map. 2 players are here. You're also gonna be aware of your flank as well. And is where player number 6 of Jerd will be located at. But Sib is really starting to piece things together. 22 and 16 for them. Jerd on the flank will find the first. It's on the Mox. It's actually gonna force Nero to turn back around and deal with Jerd. This is a split push happening on 2 different tails at the end. The rest of the LAG Academy are fighting for the backside of Laundry. Mental takes down John, so now they're into the situation. Just got to clear out Zib, and they do.
This is looking very familiar, though, isn't it, Andy? It's the same
really
play
is.
around the back. We'll see what unfolds. John, he should find, if the script is true, he'll find 1 kill here. Okay, so.
Yeah, there it is.
Dude, I swear I just had the biggest form of deja vu watching that rotation on the map. I was like, I swear I've seen this movie before.
At least showed up to dress rehearsal there. I mean, so did John. But we're all good here. We're all good here. Everything's following suit, but we'll love top bedroom control. At least if you are EastR, they're still trying to threaten it, and that's fine. You're just playing bottom condo, you don't have to immediately clear out Exceed. Here comes the push. Exceed will find one more. But it's just all the other threatening kills, whether it's the middle of the map and the bottom condo side. Exceed, go ahead and just cuddle on into that little bed with a teddy bear, because unless the rest of your teammates can work their way out of their spawn, you're not seeing that B zone.
It also just hit me. It reminded me on Monday we watched LIG Academy play this map to 11 rounds.
At the 7-4.
The 2 restarts after the 2 round 5 restarts that we had. So
You
LIG
better not
Academy
speak that one into
are
existence.
they've gotten reps on this map, that's for sure. And while making good in it here, they're down about 5 lives, now just reduced to 2. And with 22 seconds on the clock, they've got a stack. This is the 3-member stack right here. This is going to put a lot of pressure on EastR, especially with Mental working around the back. A couple of kills are decent, but not good enough. Now you can fully stack unless John can make a play! Oh my goodness! John for 3. That'll be enough to take care of all of the last offensive members and put a lot of pressure on LA. 9 playing up against 6, under 10 seconds to go. Gravity's here as a part of this for 2, make it 3 of his own. John for 4. Oh my goodness, the heroics from EastR's defense come through again.
I mean, how many times did it looks so good and all the way until it just isn't anymore? That just seems to really feel like the LAG Academy special when it comes down to offensive rounds. So many good opportunities just when you thought the numbers were going to be enough. Good opening kills. Just like that last situation, you cannot underestimate what John's going to be able to do. Now up to 23-18 on a 4 streak through that last little closure. Beautiful 3-piece to end LAG Academy's hope for that offensive round. They probably thought the same thing I did. I honestly thought that they were about to have that. They just did not read John behind. Here comes EastR on another offensive round. A chance to close it out on this round.
Mental getting aggressive, taking away so much space early. Mox reads the challenge from Jerd. Doesn't need to challenge anymore because the flank is good. Nero for 1. Give him a second. Beautiful start for LAG as they only give away 1 tick of progress today.
Just that single tick. I think they're also trajecting a couple of Semtex, a couple shoulders also being thrown out. Yeah, they know that they're still trapped in red. So that's going to call for Z to push through, as well as Mental to push through the middle of the map. It's going to be a little bit of a pinch happening. Mox is going to get their face beaten clean off. And it's not a great breakoff for LAG Academy. Mental needs to make a play happen if they hope to get this A zone back secured. Will be traded out.
Mox over the top again. This time dealt with by Gravity. That should be the A zone. Well and truly controlled. So 23-22 as Sib is able to find a trade mid-map, but he is by himself. EastR taking their time clearing things out from the back, and goodness, the pixel peek from Sib. How good is that? Gravity from behind also wins an elimination. Now EastR can make their move forward from multiple angles. Sib finds another. Here comes Jerd trying to clear off Basketball and Tiki simultaneously. I don't think he actually saw Exceed, but now recognizes where he was positioned. Mental good for the trade from up top. And actually, if I'm being honest, the fact that Jerd doesn't see Exceed and eventually drops him is more massive than you might normally think. If he finds that kill cleanly, that's going to be numbers for EastR on the zone, but instead it's LIG Academy keeping things neutral.
It would have been numbers for at least that first tick, potentially for the second, and it would have been a more potent reinforcement to have over towards the Tiki side. John still trying to finesse, rechallenges it with an SMG. Nero just holding the angle. We'll finally clear that one part out. Whittling down to 1 minute and 8 left on the board. Lives pretty much even, 16v15 currently. EastR looking for the long flank, but they're already set up inside here. As the game clock will end up considering it. Game will actually end. Not too sure why, but here we are.
This is just, I think if you're like a really like cerebral person when it comes to COD, you would be really just smiling from ear to ear with this control, because there have been so many little moments that have dictated the outcome of how this game has folded into itself. But I don't know. It's just I'm starting to get to a point, I think, when it comes to this Call of Duty where I'm looking at control almost the same way that I was looking at like domination last year. Like there were so many moments early on where it's like, okay, like you understand the principles of it, you understand the plays that are making impacts, but like the weight of it doesn't really fully hit you until you start to see it executed at the highest level. And well, we got a little bit of that right there in the raid control. Incredible map overall. But in the end of it, it's EastR who find themselves up 3-1 again. This is a major matchup for both of these two squads.
And I'm actually just rewatching it from the stream as the delay is catching back up. It just scrolling and scrolling through a lot of these rounds too. A lot of these plays ended up happening because you have the heroics from John, much like that 3-piece, like Sib being able to push the advantage, Gravity holding the angles, and also getting aggressive as well, especially on the defensive side when they were pushing all the way towards AC. The communication from EastR, you compare it to day one with playing with Sib, it is night and day. They are definitely looking a whole lot more comfortable. Say what you will, of course, Sib and Gravity did have a lot of time and experience playing together, so they know how that kind of feels. But now that trust is starting to really come all the way through, and John is coming to their own again. This almost feels like the same EastR that I was talking about at the beginning of the stage, at the end of stage 2. And as long as John is enabled, they'll make those championship caliber plays that we just saw.
Wild stuff coming through. Although, I guess I'm a little bit confused. Wait,
did the match didn't actually end though?
No. I was about to say there. I was like, wait a second. I could have sworn that. I'm confused. That had to have been a host end, correct? Because they needed to get under the B zone. There was nobody on B.
Yeah, there was nobody on B. That's why I was like confused on my call. I was like, to the game clock, but there was still 1 minute and 2 left on the board. 16 v 15.
Wait, I literally. So I'm not gonna lie to you. Like candidly, as a commentator,
did you see 3-1?
I glossed over it because I was like, I thought I just missed something.
Yeah,
but I'm looking back at it. I mean, the situation as the game ends is 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Essentially, no progress on B. I'm confused.
Well, when we hop back inside the lobby, we are 1 LAG Academy player short, so.
I didn't see anybody lag out, though.
No, me neither. I literally just replayed it a 5th time in a row. And I trusted you, too. You started really going on. That was a 3-1. I trusted you.
I did. I was like, wait a second.
I thought I was
like,
wrong.
did I miss something? There was a second in my head where I was glazing over it, where I was like, wait, did they already, like, maybe I misread it. Maybe that A capture was all they needed left, but
yeah.
Or like they didn't capture A, and then they did with those final kills. I was at a complete moment of bamboozling. So we just looked really stupid. Hi, welcome to late hours in the community.
I trusted you.
I was like, wait, what happened? Wow. Okay, so we're gonna take another break because apparently we need it. And also we just have no idea what just unfolded. We're gonna check with the players to see what's going to happen as far as the reset is occurring, because technically speaking, that was mid-round. EastR up 2-1. The lives were relatively even. There was 60 seconds on the clock, so
no streaks.
That was weird. It's just so strange to not see host has entered the lobby beforehand. Like, I seriously got put into the blender right there. But
and I followed you. And I followed you into the blender, man.
We're gonna take a break, come back, get ourselves straightened out, and then hopefully have at least a ruling on what's going to happen with the restart that's coming forward, whether it's a full replay or a continuation. We'll find out when we come back after this. Oh my god! I literally looked away at a second. All right, well, we're jumping back in. Not gonna lie, today has been a day, and that moment right there definitely just showcased it. But LAG Academy will put onto the offense here as we make our way forward, and, well, that'll leave us with open considerations as we get into the restart.
That it will. Again, this would be a 2-1 lead for EastR. So a must-win round is going forward. You're going to be looking at trying to do it from the the defensive side, excuse me, and colors are really starting to throw me through for a riot. If I wasn't bamboozled off the ending of the previous game, I'm definitely finding it here with the kills. But Nero finds a nice little 2. Mental pushes forward outside of red for another. And the zoning away, keeping all of them trapped inside their spawn. That's the name of the game for LAG Academy.
Oh, wow. Great stuff here for Mental to start 4-0 up. Again, the colors backwards, so apologies. I said LAG was on the offense. Not the case. Easter's on the offense. Throwing me a little bit of a loop. Not that this, I'm telling you, dude. Oh, my goodness. We're really being tested, I feel like, right now. I don't know why, but I really feel like this is like me showing up to my junior year chemistry test that I never studied a day for.
Barely even showed up to the classes throughout the week, and you're just like, I'm going to ace this exam.
Mentally? No. In my junior year of high school, I meant to, not in college.
Oh, okay.
I cheated my way through my junior year of high school chemistry.
Flip it, ship it.
Just barely. My parents are really proud of that. First step of progress is done. Second's on the way. It looks like Easter will likely grab this. There will be some consideration of Mox and Mental nearby, but well, I don't know if they're really going to challenge John. I mean, they probably should, considering that he's the last player alive, but they don't, and the A zone will be confirmed. Just a touch late on the challenge was Mental, and I mean, the kills are pretty darn good here. Yeah, this would have been a retake, but not the case. Might not make too much of a difference. The lives are very troubling here from the side of Easter. Only 5 remaining.
Troubling. Yeah, it's a word that you could definitely use when you're a solid 14 lives down. It's no big deal. It's easy to do, right? It's basically just going flawless through many different search and destroy rounds. It's the best way to look at this going forward for Easter. Let's see what they can do. You still have at least have players threatening towards jungle, and well, Mock's going to take down John. So now no respawns remaining, and Sip's going to at least find a trade. So you better hope that this push is going to absolutely matter. But in a 3v17, tell by the canter of my voice, it's probably not likely to happen, and we're going to go to round 5. No.
Definitely
It'd be crazy. I've seen crazier.
No, we haven't. Not in this game, we haven't.
Yeah, you're right.
So avoid your eyes. LAG win that round. Round 5, like you mentioned, coming up. And I wonder if they're just going to play it out, or are they going to back out and tally who had how many offensive rounds to decide who's going to be playing on defense here.
Tick progression, rounds, kills, everything.
Nice kill feed from Mental.
You know what's the most beneficial part about all of this here, Shift, is that you didn't fully speak into existence. LAG Academy going in towards a replay, at least for the map, didn't have streaks, so we're not looking for another replay after another replay. And as the host will end the game, we'll come back to our faces, and it looks like it's going to be just that for round number 5. They'll go back and do the tallies themselves, because I can't do math for them.
No.
See who's going to be on that round 5 defensive side. No shot.
Interesting. Okay. Does anyone have any idea what's going on the mainstream? Because they were in map 2. Fantastic Four, I thought, won it. I'm getting told to look at his Twitter. I obviously can't do that right now, but oh, okay. So apparently, wait. So we're hearing that there was a ref not in their game, so the map was. Did they have to replay the map then? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so after what was a 6-2 win, they're going to replay. And it looks like the tallies and the teams have swapped again, so pardon your eyes from the colors point of view once more. But Mental, another strong start. He's just dove right into the middle of the map, and that's 2 rounds in a row that he's found what is essentially 8 uncontested kills in the last 2 rounds in that same position. But this time, Easter, much better job getting through it, and with that, they will stall the clock as they get onto the A zone for a marginal amount of time.
Yeah, this play that we're seeing out from LAG Academy, making this very aggressive defensive play happen, almost kind of brings remnants back to a few of those rounds on Checkmate, both offensive and defensive. Like when LAG Academy just realized, look, we can get aggressive. We're normally playing for the information. We're normally playing for the trades, but what if we get aggressive through the middle of the map? What if we find those opening trades? And you can see what exactly it does. That opening breakoff is a troublesome one, especially when you are dealing with the spread of LAG Academy. That given, Easter are finally able to find themselves a favorable kill feed. That means that the A zone will be fully secured. There's no reason for LAG Academy to work their way across the map to contest this.
Yeah, this is going to be a much cleaner approach through A. The lives, obviously, very different. So Easter's recovery after the last offensive failure has been noted, to be sure. but now you get LAG set up in a very similar position that they were from a couple of defenses ago, where they essentially bunker up in basketball and on the B zone, and then trust that the two players in bedroom will be their bridge of success to contest this zone. 1-for-1 goes the initial exchange. Mox the next one up most likely. Peaks takes a challenge, wins it cleanly. Stun check will not be there. Trophy system keeps that safe. And for EastR, they're going to wait in basketball and hope that these two players from the garage spawn can eventually retake bedroom. That means that they're going to be in a 2v2 for what's going to feel like an eternity coming out of respawn, unless this play from basketball finds some success.
It might just last for eternity over there, given you're trying to win bedroom back, and that gives Mental the opportunity to at least take down one. Gravity will be there for the trade, but as soon as they peek back towards the B zone, they will be dropped. 43 seconds now remaining. It is a 6 life lead. It was able to find at least a flank. This is going to be a potent one to get all the players out of bedroom. Finds a second as well. This is probably a good chance as any as you're working your way through kitchen to get on the B zone.
It's an exact copy paste. EastR start to make their way through kitchen, and as they do, the LAG members that were stuck over by Tiki move into bedroom. They set up the exact same thing again. But this time, at least there's some clearance for EastR from the front and to the middle of the map. So they're right back out of the B zone. 10 lives remaining for their offensive hit in only 22.5 seconds. First tick of progress looking good. John's going to take Exceed by surprise. Sib had found 2 prior to that, and now a second tick of progress is looking good, if not confirmed. 3 members now stacking. You've got Jordan mid-map trying to stall out any contestants moving forward. Mental not good for the first with the retake for basketball on the way, but not successful. EastR double up in the end. They take the round 5 win, and with that, the series. 3 maps to 1 after only dropping the search.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in if you are a fan of this LAG Academy squad. Given if you look at their track record, at least through Elite, that now puts them up at 5-1 on raid control. And we were talking a lot about some of the map bans and vetoes. Like, we don't know how raid hardpoint still got through from LAG Academy after being 100-point clubbed on this very same day. Checkmate Search and Destroy for EastR after being 6-1 on this very same day. But you got to look at LAG Academy. They're all of Elite Stage 3. Through all 6 controls that they have played, where has it been? It's been right here in the mansion of raid. And honestly speaking, the only time that they lost was an 0-3 loss of BBG. They've been able to take down very notable opponents. You almost have to think going forward, knockout bracket, playoff bracket included, we probably just don't want to see them here.
Well, EastR, that makes them through. And that's a huge win for them overall, because the standings would suggest that they have locked the top 2 slot. Right? Am I reading that wrong? That was an EastR win, right? Didn't EastR just win that offense? That's 3-1.
No, it's 2-1.
Wait,
no,
what? I quit. I already wrote down the 3-1 for when we fail reported the lobby restart. I'm twisted. I need a break. I need a vacation is what I need. My apologies, stream. I'm so out of it. It's not even funny. But a 3-2 win there puts them up 2-1 in the series.
Yep.
So now that means as we go to a Moscow hardpoint, if EastR can take it, they very well will lock themselves into a top 2 slot. So the point still stands. Yeah. It's just the fact they haven't gotten the W yet. My mistake.
Shifts from this is the Alan IHOLD shift from the future. You can clearly see he's already got the plan and everything. But yeah, I mean, like that's essentially what you're playing for. Again, when you look at the rest of the day, I mean, TMT is quite literally still fighting for their lives versus Fantastic Four down low. But at least for that second place is concerned, Subliners, they still have LAG Academy on the opposite side of this match to close out the rest of their evening and round robin matches. But say EastR are able to walk away with this win versus LAG Academy, watching that one pretty closely with Hawkeyes for Subliners Academy. I think this is a really big moment for EastR to be able to lock in that second place.
We'll step away for a break. Moscow Hardpoint coming up next, though, for our map number 4. We'll see how things unfold for it. Again, EastR 1 map away from locking in a top 2 slot. LAG Academy still making their way through, trying to avoid a potential tiebreaker situation for relegation. We'll see how things unfold when we come back after this. Well, we're back, and we've got LAG Academy at EastR in a 2-1 advantage for EastR going to the Moscow hardpoint. Teams are correct, colors are correct, names are correct. We're in map 4. Okay, we've gotten that all laid out. Let's just have ourselves a solid broadcast where no one ends up confused by the end of it.
And again, another hardpoint struggle, at least a recurrence for the day. LAG Academy coming back to Moscow hardpoint. They did lose to Fantastic Four on this very day, 250 to 192. EastR on the other side, they are 3-0 on Moscow hardpoint, 9-2 for the entirety of Elite Stage 3, and that's both previous and with Sib into the mix. And with that 4-0 start for Sib, they are definitely still on one, trying to keep P1 contested. They're also focused on the OE. They will find one. Succeed, they'll be traded on out as LAG Academy still spawn in closer towards PD.
Well, spawning by PD is fine for right now, but they're going to lose a pretty significant amount of time here on this first hardpoint. And really, you have to look at Exceed here. He's going to have to find a couple as they come through this window. Gets one, not a second. That's okay. Next one up would be Mox on the deep back. Sib recognizing that he's probably playing from this position, but doesn't have an angle. So instead turns his focus forward as he's not being challenged from top police. Now finally, Mox getting involved with the mix. Jerd able to move forward to keep the hard point neutral. And they block spawns off this. John able to find one. Beautiful snap on for the second. And EastR, with that kill from Gravity, have flipped everything around and locked themselves into the second hard point.
It's going to come through White first and foremost. It's a long flank now that Nero just respawned. They're probably just going to chalk it all entirely. It's going to take you about 15 seconds just to work your way across the entirety of the map. So now Nero will go back closer towards Library, try to keep these spawns blocked out, and Sib is trying to make a play. They will find one. Nero will trade them out. But so an opportunity presents itself, given where EastR will still are. We're located out on the map. 2 players for LAG Academy will spawn in just where you thought Nero were blocking the spawns and trying to hold it down for P3. LAG Academy still get close spawns for 2.
Jerd challenging this, though. Oh, he gets to read that. Nero's playing deep. My goodness, what a bold challenge that was. Able to find the kill, though. Nero keeping the life, getting the regen. Also reads that John's in the back. Finds himself a second. And beautiful prediction off the Semtex. Gravity would have been the next one up, but that Semtex will hold him off for a while. First 20 seconds will be a for sure lock-in here for LAG. Next attempt for EastR, largely coming through Gold Alley, and Exceed recognizing that will back up and play a more safe angle. Or is it? Sib had that locked in, and now Jerd making his play around the back, finds himself too. And, well, LAG looked solid to start, but now all of a sudden, they're being essentially spawned all over the map.
North-south spawns as far as you could possibly imagine. That's going to be the farthest south out of all of them. Is probably just going to look to hunker down inside a bank. We're now looking at the rotation of the EastR. More importantly, just Jerd in that play towards the back. Sib 9-5, Gravity 8-5 as well. Won't be able to get here immediately. Again, Mental just going to be here to watch the exit from bank. You got players zoning away inside of Gold. And Exceed is just trying to find the best possible location that they could be set up at. But with Nero finding 2 on the inside of Gold, so they're going to be able to read that EastR are, in fact, still having those close spawns for P3, so they know where the hit could potentially be coming from.
Mental, that's a beautiful Semtex. So much damage, confirms 1 kill. Should have weakened up more than that. Nero making sure the flank is safe to hit. Tries to come forward, but misses his initial attempt and gets punished by John. Mental keeping his life, if only just barely. Exceed tried to help, and Exceed, looks like there are a couple of lag out situations again. Man. Oof. Today has just been chaos, man. A couple of days ago on Monday, we were in a weird mood because, like, supermoon. But something's happening with the gravitational pull at the moon and the earth and tornadoes and everything else going on to make today just... I mean, dude.
There's just no way to win. There's just no wins happening, man. You can't... There's no small W's. But you know what matters the most, Shift, is at least we're here for the laughs. We're here for the good times, and that's what matters the most. I wouldn't want to spend my evening anyway other than with you in sport here on this broadcast.
That's fair. Well, we're going to be here for probably another couple of hours.
That's past my bedtime.
Wow. All right. Well, I have to imagine that if the match that was played earlier on Moscow between Fantastic Four and LAG resulted in a 50-point cushion, that this one very well may have the same. I don't know, because it is still early. We're not even through the first rotation of hills. So that might be a difference, but I can't say for sure. That's not, I've got no idea. Lobby is populating. Exceed is already here. but I have to imagine there'll be some discussion as far as what happens with the score differential, if anything happens at all. So I feel like we're doing this a lot, but once more, we're going to throw things to a quick intermission, hopefully get everything situated, figured out, and come back with some lockdown information as far as what happens from here for this map number 4. Don't go too far.
So listen to me. I've been wonderful, but now I can see what's worth fighting for. We're holding the keys to our ending and all. She ain't mine, but she look fine. Gonna take some time, gonna make her mine, gonna make her mine. I'm the man, I got the plan. When it hits the fan, do all I can, do all I can. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild. And she looks in my eyes. Hell yeah. I don't care, it's a double dare. I ain't scared, you best beware, you best beware. It's alright, she's in my side. I got all night, so just sit tight, so just sit tight. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild. And she looks in my eyes.
Welcome back. We're getting into the restarted lobby here between LAG and EastR. No, we're not. Okay. Oh, man. We're going to figure this out at some point. I feel like this entire day. I'm done with the headlight here. It's getting too much. Proper. What's happening? Tell me. I just realized I'm like really dark. I can't.
Not this match. This match is certainly not happening. I can tell you what's not happening versus what is happening. I mean, I'm having a good time. I'm here for the vibes, man. I'm here for all the laughs and everything. I mean, hell, even the mainstream is still on a Be Right Back screen. I don't even have to tell you to just go look at Twitter and just have fun scrolling through what everybody on TMNT are tweeting, because I've been having a ball in between our breaks. I'm not even gonna lie here, Shift.
I've got no idea. It's
Yeah.
not my business.
It's not mine
I'm
either.
still trying to deal with that raid control. I'm just like, that's one of those things that's gonna stick with you for a while as a commentator. But getting back into the fold of things here. Okay, let me try to recenter and refocus everything going on at the moment. LAG Academy, they actually, I misspoke earlier. This one has some implications for top 2 because UT Crew's done. They're 5-2. They're locked in. They're top 2 for sure.
Yep.
That much we know as a certainty. But if EastR win this match, they become top 2. If they lose this match, and LAG Academy go on to also beat the New York Subliners Academy, they actually will be into the top 2 with a 5-2 record. So there are some implications, and I think even beyond that, if there is a tie, I mean, there could be a 3-way tie for 4 and 3 as well for that number 2 spot. But it's more than just if EastR wins, they're in. There are some implications that could lead to LAG Academy finishing top 2. Fantastic Four could finish top 2.
Right.
New York Subliners Academy could finish top 2. There's a lot of things that could still happen here. So that is what we're dealing with at the moment. And so with that in mind, I mean, it's just been a wild week overall with all of the reschedules. I mean, New York, LAG. I mean, LAG had to play all 7 of their group stage matches between Monday and tonight. Like, they've had to play 7 matches in 3 days, which I don't think sounds like a lot in the scheme of things, but your lack of ability to prepare for these matches takes a pretty steep toll on some of these players, considering the fact that they're playing at a level that I won't say requires that preparation, but you'd love to have it. That's for sure.
I mean, at the end of it all, like, we walked into this entire elite knowing that it was going to be this hotly competitive.
It was going to be this. Yeah, we knew it was going to be something like this.
Yeah, and it's crazy to honestly think that through the many different elites that we've had, this being the third now, is that this is truly what the top level of performance of North America Challengers has certainly have to offer for us. LAG Academy coming into the mix again, starting off pretty rather low, and you talk about like the stamina check of playing all these different matches, and they're doing it lights out. And keep in mind, this LAG Academy roster, they lost their IGL at the beginning of Elite. They probably were walking in with all of maybe a couple of days of scrims with Mox going in towards that cup. That was probably their best look at what they were probably going to be offering and what they had to work on going in towards Elite. And hell, they've been lights out. Mental's been playing really good COD. Nero's been playing really good COD. They've been working really well as far as a duo is concerned. And again, knowing Mox historically from the teams that they've been on, they're not afraid to shy away from the IGL. And you would think that working well with Exceed would be able to work quite well for LAG. I mean, something's clearly working.
That's been the big surprise, I think, for LAG Academy is the fact that you lose Chino. You pick up Mox, who, to be fair and candid, has not had a great year up until this appearance in Challengers. He has looked great, largely since he's been on this LAG Academy team here in Stage 3. One of the main reasons why I think they've been as successful as they've been is because Mox has been playing as well as he has been. So that is all positive when it circles around this LAG Academy team because, look, I mean, Visions and I have talked about this a lot. I know you've been a part of that conversation. Like, we've been calling for changes to this LAG roster simply due to the fact that they've had 2 top 128 finishes. They averaged like top 36 based on all of their placements so far. And then all of a sudden, wait a second, they qualify, they look good through Stage 3, and now there's an opportunity for them, even with a new 4th member, to potentially be top 2. That's still the wild thing at the end of it. And let's be honest, I mean, hey, New York Subliners Academy are also playing through a 3-game day, and they're 0-2 so far in the day. So they're not looking like the invulnerable beasts that we once knew. But as we jump back in, we're ready to go again for the restart. This should be a full replay. Did not officially get full confirmation on that, so that may not be 100% true, so don't be surprised by it. But I do believe that this should be a full replay. And, well, a heck of a start here for LAG once more as they find the opening 3 kills, even in gunfight that Mental really had no business winning.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when we were in the opening break, it was actually EastR that came out commandingly and just contesting P1 while also just hitting it straight through. But, you know, when you go through replays, might just be able to replay that opening break off. What could work better for us this time? That's LAG Academy at least being able to find that opening flurry. But EastR are quick to work their way back in. There's still 20 seconds left to be active for P1, and that's still an ample amount of time to try to make the play for the P2 spawns.
Well, Jared's going to try to make a player on the back, and again, because the first hard point is active, you are going to notice that LAG Academy will be spawning out here and likely over towards escalators, and that is indeed the case. Big second kill from Jared. Gravity recognizing there is still one more player to fish out of the back, but as he turns his attention to police, it's Mox from the front that essentially makes chaos ensue onto this second hard point. Nice correction there as Sib does find one elimination. Mental playing his life on 5 HP. Eventually gets flushed out by Semtex. And EastR, once more, looking solid for their break attempt, but this time LAG Academy contested a little bit harder from the front.
And that's just that, right? The ability inside of P2, you don't have to break up the spawns, but you can always contest it from the front. And you're just going to be whittled down inside this very narrow choke point, this double door inside of the lobby. It's exactly what you're seeing happening. But the contested time, at least you're feeling a little bit happy about that if you are LAG Academy, given with the current situation, you are all the way over by P3. Mux, because of where EastR was pushing up, will actually spawn in towards P2. So they'll see 15 seconds. They'll actually step on the hill. And this is a lot of blind trust and a lot of faith that the 3 players over here by P3 are able to hold their life. They found the first 2 shifts. Can they find more?
Going to be required because pressure is on the way. It's actually pretty good clearance over through escalators. That one kill for LAG Academy will mean that they can turn their attention purely to the back. What you see them trying to do. Encroaching further forward is EastR, but not finding any kills. And already a much different approach here. But Jerd, wait a second. He slipped the net and almost finds a second kill. Nero denies. Gravity pushed forward. Has some decent help from Sib. And actually, that's enough to actually completely clear the hard point for right now. John is in a position to make sure no reinforcements can freely come forward to get any hard point time. This is pretty good for EastR.
This is really good. And again, the much same thing it could be said from P2 over here at P3. The break from the front is potent. Maybe you might not be able to break the spawns, but you can certainly keep them trapped over there for a certain amount of time. And EastR are doing just that. Again, keeping players on the front of the hill. That's going to be Gravity. They have a sub. Good luck. Have fun. They'll get smoked. But then they're also looking at the rotation. Zoning away gold. You got players inside of bank. On screen, John, 1v1 will catch Mental off guard. And now they're just going to be playing this zoning role, waiting for the exits from 3.
Yeah, another nice little zone here for EastR. We talked about it. LAG Academy. We've seen them in this position going to the 4th hard point where it looks like they should have no business breaking something up. But look what they've done on this surrounding envelopment of this 4th hard point. They've pushed EastR to spawn all the way top right of the map, at least for a time. That will allow some space to clear up this hard point and maybe even come on in with numbers. And as the kills continue to come through, the SMG line for LAG Academy has been absolutely relentless. I mean, yeah, you don't have a lot of kills for someone like Mental. Nero's only at 7 and 8, but they are challenging everything, and that pressure is being felt.
Well, you almost have to meet that of Sib, right? I mean, it was just a map and a half away that we were sitting there talking about how Sib is challenging everything this side of the Mississippi. And, well, if you're able to at least meet that pace, and it doesn't necessarily always have to be Sib, but if you're stopping Jerd and John from really piecing together, that was probably one of their biggest strengths, at least coming from that raid hardpoint and inside of that raid control in certain points in time. But speaking of Jerd, now at 11 and 7, make that 12 and 7. They'll find 3 as far as the kill streak is concerned. In towards the second set of hills we will go. Just about halfway through the entirety of the game clock. Nobody over 100 points. Jerd for number 5. Potential play for streaks. Here's number 6. I'll take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's going to have more contestants coming through choke points. You can see it. Exceed through Gold Alley. John throwing shoulders. Tags up 1. That's going to call Jerd over. Likely to just find this kill, but actually, John's just going to keep pushing forward, and my goodness, he was on a handful in a row. Killing spree of 5+. Jerd up top has got an AR to watch anybody cross through the middle hard point, but really there's nobody from LAG here outside of Mox who gets taken down by Gravity. So still empty from these streaks at the moment is Jerd. LAG Academy starting to work their way across, and again, the first hard point's active, so look what happens to the spawns. EastR spawn all the way out. And well, that's not great news. LAG Academy, a position to get back into this game quick.
Yeah, LAG's manipulation of the spawns, where they're not slaying, they're doing a great job of just manipulating the map so far and forcing spawn outs to occur. And now it just comes down for the strengthy setup. They will be here. John, long-range shots will at least be able to find 1 Gravity on return via the Semtex. So you're not going to be able to break the spawns, not like that at all. But you might be able to at least contest through the front. You see players starting to work out now from apartments. There's the pinstripe kill feed. Last player will be John, 1v1 initially, you would think. But here comes Exceed. How many more kills can John find? Before you got to start focusing on the rotation, you can even see where John was currently located. They actually forced a north to south spawn. So that's going to be a minor foot race, actually, for the hills, or for the P3 spawns.
Well, this is going to be a good opportunity for LAG. They are actually getting challenged on the scrap time, which is a bit surprising considering the fact that you've allowed LAG members to get across. Maybe they didn't recognize that because Jerd was just watching forward. I don't think they expected Nero to be this far back, but I mean, they stayed open through the middle of the map way too long.
Yeah.
So now LAG Academy they will make sure that the hard point at least stays neutral for a significant amount of time here, especially as Exceed finds a kill. Now he can actually jump forward because Mox is in front of him, and he finds an elimination. Nero is coming on back with Mental, so the SMGs can now get into the mix. This has been flawless for LAG Academy, but I don't know if I want to credit LAG Academy more or pick apart the EastR rotation more.
You definitely want to pick apart the rotation from EastR a whole lot more. I mean, LAG Academy, they just sent one player of Nero just all the way across the map while they were still holding the spawns for P2. I mean, that was the right play during that exact situation. The nitpick part for EastR is that you had no reason to throw so many lives towards P2 when it was just about to flip over towards P3, while you could focus over towards rotation. That all being said, at least EastR are trying to contest at least the scrap time for P3. It's going to be a very small lead, but a lead nevertheless that LAG Academy are currently holding. But EastR got to be careful with where they're throwing their lives away, because continuous isolated engagements are causing, is what I'm seeing in praise for LAG Academy. They're manipulating the map, and EastR are just spawning so far out. It's so many unfortunate times.
It's a big kill for Mental to make sure there's an avenue to get over towards this boulevard. And Exceed is all the way in the back left of the map. I mean, this has to be something that's precognitively built into LAG's minds as far as how they want to approach the fourth hard point. Surround it, suffocate it, come from multiple angles, win your ones. And a number of times we've seen them on this map find success with that exact mentality. This time it leads to them in a position to start growing their lead, which is just marginally in single digits at the moment. Nero from the side, good for two, has a third nearby to the SMG, nearly G-sliding out for an impressive triple, but denied. Not going to make too much of a difference, though, as far as the influence on the hard point, as EastR really cannot contest this with numbers as they need to default to playing for the rotation.
It's that P4 setup that LAG Academy currently were set up with. They were actually struggling to break when they were facing against Fantastic Four on this very map mode combo. A little bit of a rinse repeat. We like how that blueprint looked. We'll go ahead and put that into our own play. LAG Academy now with the heads up play again, not immediately going in towards the metro, but the rotation all the way around the apartment side. There's a lot of time inside P1, but LAG Academy, they're playing for the future.
It's still one of those things, though, that you can't invest too much into your future without setting up your present. Because it very well, yeah, great, you're going to spawn on the right side of the map for right now, but there's 30 seconds to play for. And if EastR wins one set of gunfights onto the hard point, or even just in front, they can start to force LAG Academy to spawn behind. And here comes that moment. Jerd not going to find the shot punch. Exceed will be traded out. Sib able to help out from afar, and look at it. That's what it's just, this is a day one thing. You can play for P2 spawns all you want, but if you cannot convincingly control that hard point, you lose one set of gunfights. All of that work amounts to absolutely nothing.
And it's at that point in time, too, that P1 actually becomes a money hill. I mean, EastR, they were uncontested for a solid, 35. They got, 40 seconds off of P1, which is normally unheard of. That's where a lot of the game clock typically does get soaked up. Or we're only down to a minute of the game clock. LAG Academy, again, trying to play too much for their future. I'm going to need that bumper sticker for that saying shift that they did not play for their present, not even a little bit at all. Just allowing EastR just to play inside the hill, finally find those kills, and now they're set up here wonderfully for P2. Close spawns for sure. About to be coming through for EastR. Not unless Mox can make a heroic play happen. They cannot. John will be able to gun them down from afar. 200 points have been reached.
It's just one of those things. It's like, you're going to tell me you're okay spending 40 seconds playing for a long rotation to win the right side of the map when that could be broken in 10 seconds? That's like me starting up a college fund. I'm not even dating anybody. Like, it's not, I don't know. It's so often that gets foiled. It happens once again. So 220 over that now for EastR. John, he's going to find a double. That'll open up a ton of space. And Sib trying to move forward does get denied by Mental. So still the play can unfold. But again, so many of these hard points have been contested or left neutral. We're only down to 48 seconds on the game clock.
That's right. LAG Academy, they got to be able to soak up this back 40 and all the entirety of it, not allowing it to be contested at all. But John was able to earn streaks. The cruise missile gets called in, finds two upon entry. EastR are in from the front.
Walks up top, only good for one. This is looking like maybe final call here for his EastR jump onto the hard point. Still 25 seconds to play. LAG have to convincingly break this and then very cleanly win the rotation to even have a chance in this one. It's not looking all that great, is it? There's Jerd almost able to double up. And even seconds that are not being accumulated by EastR are still points in favor of EastR at this point, with the clock getting down to just 30 seconds of game clock to play with.
Yeah, every every single point going forward, you have 9 seconds to give up towards Easter. You have 25 seconds to give up towards the game clock. Nero trying their best for the Diamatti. Will end up having some help from Exceed, but again, you gotta stay on the hill. You cannot allow it to be contested by any point in time. We'll find out that John is inside of the office window. We're gonna have to allow them to exist because all the focus has to be towards the hill, and artillery strike is gonna get them off.
Only for a small time. It actually pushes them into gold, and with that, a couple of the kills do come through for LAG Academy. Exceed knows that Jerd's nearby, tagged up to the AR, spamming the wall, not going to find any kills here. 10 seconds on the clock, only down now to 8. Have to convincingly win this gunfight, but no, Sib finds the kill. And well, would you rather soak up 6 seconds with a hardpoint time or let it go to game clock? Either would be fine for EastR. Looks like they're just going to put this one away the traditional way. 250 will be met before the game clock expires. And that'll mean it's a 250 to 175. And now I can sit there and say that EastR have won this series 3-1.
Now we are right, 3-1 for EastR in this series. That is a big win for them. Again, all implications now looking forward for LAG Academy versus Subliners Academy. Be able to see if EastR can put themselves truthfully in towards that second position. It's going to be a tight one, almost a photo finish, if you will. But this LAG Academy roster, again, we were singing their praises at the beginning of that